Hello, everybody. Hope everyone had a great week. Check here. YouTube Live Control Panel. And there we go. There we go. That's good here. I'll remove the automated auto balance because I look like a lobster. So here we go. Properties. Video. White balance automatic. Nope. Saturation. There we go. I think that's going to be better. Apply. No more automatic. There we go. And welcome aboard this live show. Once again. Robert Varner. Lobster face. So there we go. Everything seems all right. So welcome aboard, everybody. And this is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we're here to have fun with radio. And we've got some interesting topics today. We're going to talk about solar activity. I'm going to talk about my MLA30 that I received that doesn't work. And we're going to talk about something that will be actually a good thing to try this week for everybody. And it's to detect perceived meteors using an FM radio. So there's you can do that. And even with just a little portable radio, it could be enough. Of course, if you got big fancy antennas, it's even better. But just a telescopic is enough. We'll explain how you can do that. And so that could be a lot of fun if you watch, or if it's cloudy, you still want to notice if there are a lot of meteors. You can do it with a FM receiver. So this is going to be some of the topics today. I hope you enjoy. And we're going to talk about all of this today. And so, welcome aboard. This is a live show. We are here every Saturday from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. This is a show we talk about all aspects of radio, as you've seen from today's topics. And my name is Jill. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, like I said. And of course, we're here to have fun. And this is a solitary hobby. Usually people are pretty much alone in their little man cave. And this is a great way to have everybody join and just have a lot of fun together with radio. So there's a chat room where you can join and talk and share with others. It's a lot of fun, great people, and you can ask questions if you're new to the hobby, or maybe you've been doing it for the last 60 years. Well, everybody's welcome and it's a lot of fun for everybody to join in here and say hello. Don't forget to tell us where you are if you are new to the chat and to the stream. We regularly get new people. And of course, this is every Saturdays at 20 UTC. Once this is done, we have a Facebook group, which has the same name as the channel here, official SWL channel. And this Facebook group is where people continue posting about things that they hear and radios they have. So, we're going to check that out also, because there's a lot of activity there, and it's fun to see what people are listening to. I often post there also when I want to share what I'm listening to. I often post over there, so this is a good little place to be. Also, we're at 4,000, around something like 4,200 members, so this is a lot of people, and great people too, and this great group. You know, a lot of groups are not moderated enough, and this has an impact on what's happening. Sorry, guys, but because I think it's a little air in my nose that's bothering me and just tickling the tip of my nose. So, anyways, we have a lot of fun and share the radio fun and goodness with everybody. So first I'm going to take a little cheers. Cheers, everyone. This is my usual Belgian style ale, white ale. So before we start, don't forget, if you are here every week, if you like what I do, you can participate, help me out. It's very, very useful. It's actually helped me a lot, and it helps me continue, pay for some of the things that I need to purchase, like an MLA30, except now I'm going to return it and probably order one from another place. Actually, I might order a K180 WLA instead, which will be maybe better for me. And anyways, we're going to talk about all of that. So you can give a little something through the super chat here. And of course, tonight is pizza night. So there's a pizza fund that you can also give through PayPal. And the pizza fund and cat treat is open. And don't forget, if you've never given anything and you're here every week, how about checking it out and making sure that we're here and that everything's all right. So, what do we have here? Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9301 SWL, Northeast Illinois. Handy New in Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Richard Wagner has got a 14-week-old puppy and 2 senior dogs, 11 and 12-year-old. Big fun. Pretty cool. George, 1950s Deep Space. Nice to have you on board from the UK. We have, just moved this here because I'm a little off. There we go. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado, 90 Fahrenheit, only 8% humidity. Here it's going to be very hot. We're supposed to reach temperatures that are going to be in the 90s, mid-90s, upper 90s. It's going to be very, very, very hot. It's really, really nice. What else do we have? TVDXer, salut, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Et c'est toujours agréable de t'avoir parmi nous. Nice to have you on board. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from cloudy Florida. Yeah, not bad, not bad. It's hot, but not too bad. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107 SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Robert Varner, KC2TEL, nice to have you here in New Jersey. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. De Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec, just to the east, southeast of Montreal. SWL Signal 23, nice to have you here from rainy Florida. And some thunder. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. Nice to have you on board. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. VT Radio, Paul, AA1SU, checking in from Northern Vermont. Salut Ricky, nice to have you here, Ricky, from Alberta. That's pretty cool. 22 Celsius in Calgary. I would take that. I would take that here. I'm going to tell you that. Rick, VA3ZYW. Nice to have you on board. Joseph, nice to have you here from sunny Northern California coast. Firing up the radios. Bands did seem a little dead earlier. I was trying to test out the MLA30 and noticed that the bands were very quiet. We are in a geomagnetic storm kind of thing right now. So conditions are not that fantastic right now. But we're still going to tune in and see what could be out there in signals. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Ricky says, remember to smash that like button. Donald Waddle, nice to have you here, Donald, from Central Illinois. Tristan, nice to have you on board from Newfoundland. What else do we have? Yeah, so my MLA30 is a dead duck. Doesn't work. It seems to not power up. And I have a known working bias T that I switched. Still doesn't work. So it's obviously in the amplifier box in the MLA30. One thing of interest on my MLA30, the loop is much bigger than the loop of my original one. And that's the first thing I noticed. Now I understand why some people say they have a hard time keeping the loop. It's much bigger on that one. So that was kind of interesting. I thought, well, maybe it's going to improve reception. Well, it just doesn't receive, so it doesn't improve much. So I already clicked for the refund and everything. I'll be bringing that back for a return tomorrow. And I'll be checking for the replacement that I'm going to check out for. Michael, nice to have you here. And it says warming up the tubes. 84 and sunny in northern New Jersey. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Mike B, I was wondering about the blue LED on that MLA30. Some say those are bad copies. Yeah, I'm not sure they're copies. I think there's maybe just a bad, like a kind of a bad, because I have a hard time thinking that there's more than one factory creating those. They must all come from the same place. But maybe there were a bunch of bad ones. I don't know. And those are the ones. It's kind of weird. What else do we have? Torben Iverson, what's wrong with the sound? What's wrong with the sound? Aturi, nice to have you here. We have, let me go back up. Go back up. As I have gone way too down. Just checking out. I think what you're hearing is that when I talk, you hear the my air conditioning, because I'm using the noise filtering. So when I don't talk, it completely cuts it out. But if I talk, it's probably part of the my voice because of the air conditioning, which I will not stop because it's way, way too hot. What else do we have? 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. What else do we have? I can check it out here. I see that the audio might be a little high. Let me just bring it down a little bit. See, maybe it's gonna improve. So anyways, I lowered the audio. If you guys just tell me if it made things better, just out of curiosity. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. It is cooling off up here following some strong storms. However, a heat wave's about to hit. Yeah, we're in a heat wave. We're gonna be 90s to mid 90s, even maybe a little more than mid 90s. In the next days. It's supposed to be very, very hot. So and humid. So with the heat index, it's gonna be like feeling like 100 degree and more. John, nice to have you on board from Pitch Black Skies, South Florida. That sounds bad. All right, Jay Dakota, nice to have you on board. Stevie Day in Winsville, Missouri, WA0113WL. Here we go. Joseph, when there's a geomagnetic storm, how do you appease it? Do you do a geomagnetic rain dance? I'm not sure that's gonna work. John's got All India Radio last night. Marty68, nice to have you on board. Hot and humid, Southeast Georgia. So Bobby Burgess says no harm in this end, but it depends on the audio setup sometimes also. Depending on the setup you have and how the frequency range of your equipment, sometimes you hear, some people might hear things, others don't, depending on the audio setup. Tori says, my ICOM R75 receiver died. I had the connector fixed many years ago when the AC signal was in and out. It just stopped working, and when I plug it in, I get nothing. Maybe the fuse. Yeah, check that out. The fuse could be a good indication. Ricky says it's been oddly rainy and humid in Calgary this summer. July was the third wettest in recorded history. Wow. Here it's rather dry actually here. Kevin from St. Pete, Florida. Nice to have you on board. Our newly retired friend living in Florida now. WS2H. Always nice to have you here. Tori says it takes oops. Go back up here. Okay. It takes $70 or more an hour to get ICOM R75 fix. Oh my, PL330 or XH data, here I come. Yeah, but it might still be a good idea if it works well and it's just the power. It might be a good idea to have it fixed. It is still a pretty good radio. And PL330 and XH data, if you tune around a lot, the R75 doesn't mute. So Joseph says San Francisco had the rainiest July since 1850. Wow. There wasn't barely any rain, though. Okay. Man. John Vargas is getting a Yaesu FT1 Optima next year. Cool. Ricky says, yeah, the time I got a bad copy of the MLA30, the loop was 3 meters around instead of 2 meters, and the bias T had a red LED. So mine is blue, yours was red. My third copy was like the original, 2-meter loop, green LED. Okay, so I guess slowly we're going to have to confirm that we need a MLA30 that has the 2-meter loop and has a green LED to make sure that it works well. So, okay, you had the one with the 3-meter loop. Yeah, because immediately I noticed, I said, wow, the loop is bigger. It's much bigger than the other one. So, but it doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. So, anyways, return started, and we'll be checking out for another one. Or for, like I said, maybe a K180 WLA wideband. What else do we have? Dangnam, thank you so much for the donation. Have a good night, too. Tim in Texas, nice to have you here. Audio is fine. What else? Torben Iverson. And, yeah, it's kind of weird, because it's the same setup as the past month, 2 months. So, okay, audio is improved, so I just lowered the volume. Maybe it just takes less of the surrounding noise when I talk. John says, I hear that we're going to get the LC100 this winter or next year. Yep. It's going to be interesting to see what we get when it's going to perform. I'm sure I'm going to get one to test out. And it's going to be very interesting to see the next version of the LC90. John, lots of noise last night on Shortwave. Yeah, I think what happened is there was the geomagnetic storming started yesterday, and it's kind of continuing now. So, BT Radio says the audio a little low, although my levels here are pretty good. So, and I even reach and touch the red. So, I think it shouldn't be too bad, because I did lower it, that's for sure. I'll just maybe get a little closer to the microphone to make sure that my, it's very, the Shure microphone is very directional. If I move just a little bit to the left or to the right, it quickly loses all the voice. Christopher Cullen, nice to have you on board, playing with his new Radtel R920, good shortwave receiver. Cool. And Mike WX50 powers his MLA30 via the SDR plays bias T. I did that for a while, but the problem was that I noticed that when I was powering it from my SDR play device, on the low frequencies, I had a little bit more noise than if I powered it. If I powered it from a bias T on its side. So, Nate, nice to have you on board. WX50 says audio levels seem good to me. Trust in your audio sounds good to me. I end. Okay. I'll not touch anything anymore. Jim Gordon decided to pack a Radiwell R108 rather than the D109 and a Sony AN wire reel radio for my holiday in the south of England. I usually take a D808, but I fancy a change and an even lighter radio. Yeah, it all depends if you will want or not to use single sideband to listen to stuff. because the D808 has that advantage where you can hear hams and utility signals, thanks to the fact that it has a single sideband. That's for sure. But yeah, from time to time, it's kind of just looking here. I got these red little triangles saying that it's going to be very hot in Montreal. So yeah, that's kind of interesting for that. Depending on the radios, I when I go out, like I went to Perry Island, I'm gonna try to go back in a week or two, and I kind of like to bring different radios, not always bring the same thing. It's fun to have different radios to play with. I was thinking of maybe bringing along my Sangean ATS 909X2 in the next de-expedition, urban de-expedition to Perry Island. I want to go to the Promenade Belle Rive Park on the east side, where you have the boats. They could see all the boats go through, and next to the port of Montreal. So that also is going to be fun. That I always bring a scanner radio, because I always want to scan to see what I can hear. Especially in that area, it's a very industrialized area. And what I like is that within these companies, there seems to be a lot of low-powered communications from within the walls of these companies. So what happens is that I hear, because I'm very close to the industrial area, I hear a lot of the communications coming through, which is kind of cool. So I like to bring my scanner radio for that. EFOG3, nice to have you on board. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Pretty cool to have everybody on board. Luna Loud, Maggie, Lincoln, nice to have you on board. Does anyone know that my radios can pick up strong ham radio transmissions on shortwave that can propagate to Asia? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but you can hear ham radio stations from all over the world if you listen to the radio. David Bennett, nice to have you here from Northern California. Jim Gordon, down in the southeast of England. French FM stations dominate the band at night. The AM band comes alive with Spanish and stations from North Africa. Cool. I was listening, Jim, to one of the Kiwi SDRs in Sweden a couple of weeks back on medium wave, and I was tuning around, and I was just so amazed at all the things you hear and the different languages. It's such a different radio landscape than the medium wave band in North America, which I also listened to this week a little bit. The shortwave bands were great one night, and I started tuning my Texan S2200X on medium wave and checking out what's on the different frequencies. I think I'm going to do a lot more of that in the next months. When something is not, if there's not too much to listen to on shortwave, it just default to the AM band, medium wave. A lot too much politics though, but there's some beauty in there. There's these little stations that you'll get here and there with, like, old rock and roll, or old time radio broadcasts, or I don't abide by a lot of I'm not much of a conspiracy guy, but when I get into some station that has some expert in UFOs and stuff, I kind of always get sucked in and kind of sit down and listen to it for a while, even though sometimes it's a little too out there, but yeah, it's just, the fun of listening to the different things, and we all kind of like, I think, anything that's a little mysterious and that could be mysterious, or whatever. But it's kind of cool to uh, to listen to some of that. It's refreshing because it's different from what we hear usually. I think that's what I like. It's not like, hearing all the same stuff all the time, which can get boring. And like I said, there's the AM band as in the United States has way too much politics going on it. It'd be refreshing to have better programming. Um, Trustin says reception has been really a hit and miss this summer due to solar weather, but that's why we love it. You never know what you're going to get. Yep. There's been a lot of disturbances with the sun, and that's been giving us a lot of ups and downs this summer. I think it's the worst summer I've ever seen for Radio New Zealand here in Montreal. I heard it this week a couple of times, but boy, it's not like last year. Last year it was almost like clockwork. It was there all the time. This year, it's not, and I think it's because there's way too much coronal mass ejections and some geomagnetic, effect with that. That kind of lowers the amount of signals we hear, especially on the daytime side of the Earth. Frank Ireland, thank you so much for the tip. VT Radio after attending a local ham fest followed by a ham radio club picnic today. Suddenly whipped out. So have a good nap. Nate, I love late night medium wave DXing. I do that a lot. It's actually, there's a lot of people that do medium wave listening and DXing, and it's it's a fun thing when you got nothing else. There's nothing on shortwave maybe that's interesting. You just fall back on medium wave and check out what's out there on the bands. Frank Ireland, ham bands have not been great. 40 meters has been the best overall. Yeah, well, I've had some pretty good success with 20 meters most of the time this summer. Not every night, though. But quite a few days I've had some. There's some really cool de-expeditions going on right now that I'm trying to get these stations. And I want to try to add them to my log. So I'm going to continue. But yeah, 40 has been pretty interesting. I'm kind of waiting for the fall to arrive, or the here in the northern hemisphere, because I'm definitely kind of waiting for the 10-meter band to come alive again, which is one of my favorite bands for amateur radio stuff. So this is slowly coming, and in a month's time we're going to start getting those 10-meter signals. Right now it's mostly concentrated with either US stations or maybe South America, like I got a lot of Chile station, Brazil, Argentina. John, yeah, I think that's pretty much what I almost always fall on, coast to coast, when I hear all these weird stuff. My WX50, I'm ready to hear the aliens on shortwave when they arrive. They'll use, of course, shortwave. The Wind 1960, nice to have you here. Mike B, under AN48X for medium wave DX, I got a 6 feet shielded cable to replace a 16 feet wire. Frank Ireland, the frequency I listen to here in Montreal is 17675, around 0304 UTC. 17675. KW 61, Kenneth, nice to have you on board from a cooler 99 Fahrenheit Tucson, Arizona. So, well, it's cooler. It's cooler. We're going to get 90s and almost upper 90s here in Montreal. Ricky has shared the frequency guide for Radio New Zealand. Jim Gordon, RNZI reception been quite poor here in the UK too. Last year was great. Yeah, this year it's really not fantastic. So, yeah, I've been having, Joseph, I've been having good conditions on 17 and down. 15 and up have not been super great. Not and as a DX standpoint, I mean, there are signals up to the 10 meter band, but the signals aren't real DX signals, we're going to say. So that's my experience in the last few weeks. But 17 has been quite good, and 20 also. Frank Ireland just bought a C Crane CC Radio 3, but I've not had the time to go to a low noise environment, test medium wave DXing. That's one thing I'd like to do as we're going to get into the shorter days. I'd like to bring one of my portables and go to walk in the park here and when it's dark to see what I can get. In a low noise medium wave band at a park. It could be kind of interesting. My WX50 hopes the aliens have a cool interval signal. I'm sure they do. Kenneth says RNZI is best heard in Tucson from 05 on 11725, followed by 9700, parallel 7425. Yeah, 05 is 1 a.m. here. Usually what I'll do is I'll try 11725. Ricky, my favorite staple nighttime medium wave catches from here are oldies on KRKO 1380 in Everett, Washington, and classic country KKXA 1520 from Snohomish, Washington. Cool. We've got here, there's an oldies, a rock oldie station on 1580 coming out of Ontario. There's also, there's a couple. I kind of like to have a little bit of news stuff. So that is something that, you know, I'll listen to, like WBZ 1030 Boston, or I'll listen to Bloomberg 1130 for the business stuff and whatever. Kind of interesting, you know, to hear what's happening. I miss so much WCBS 880. Man, I miss that station. Shortwave signals, SWL signal says RNZ comes in well in Florida in the mornings on 7425. Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle. Joseph, Radio New Zealand, and NHK have come in all right for last week. Last couple of nights have been quieter. Brian Lisner, nice to have you here, and he uses an LF901 Toshiba. Same manufacturer as my passive WV601, performance-wise. I saw an improvement over the MLA30. Bigger, more robust loop and build. Well, I'm going to check that out. And, yep. Jasmine says, toughest crap at this timeline is we'll get alien evangelists. Jehovah's Witnesses in the form of aliens. So I'm going to pause here for a second, and we're going to talk about a little something here that is going to be maybe interesting for you guys. So we are getting into the peak this week of the Perseids meteor shower. And the best time, if you want to watch visually, of course, is after midnight. And the best radio time will also be after midnight. And to be able to hear the meteors with a radio, what you need to do is, first of all, of course, you'll need to be on a empty frequency wherever you are, a frequency where there's no stations. And you'll need to also check out powerful FM stations that are roughly 1,000 miles around. So look at, check it out here. What's the, there's one with FM radio stations. FM stations list. That's the website. You can go on Wikipedia, but there's another one which is, you can look at World Radio Map, which is also a website that's going to give you stations from different stations from other cities. And so look at cities that are roughly 1,000 miles away from you. And these stations will be best. Look at the power levels of the stations. If you can have the info of power levels, there's a website I'm trying to remember that lists all the info, including the power levels of the stations. Dang, I forgot the website. Maybe some of you have it. So you check out the frequencies, choose the strongest stations that are available on frequencies where you have nothing on your radio. So say, for example, 100.5 megahertz is empty, and you get a station from a town or a city roughly 800 to 1,000 miles away that's very powerful on 100.5. That means you'll put your radio there, 100.5, and you'll just leave it on. When a meteor strikes, what happens is that it ionizes that little spot of the ionosphere very intensely, and a FM station will actually be propagating through that. So it doesn't last very long. That means that when you listen, it's going to be static all the time. Then suddenly, boop, you'll hear some voice, some music. It lasts anywhere from 2, 3 to 5, 6, 7 seconds. Then it'll fade away. And when you hear that, you've just had some propagation through meteor trails or meteor scatter. And that with just a small little portable FM radio. You don't need anything fancy. Of course, if you've got an outboard antenna, it's even better. But if you have, if you want to try to not just look at the meteors, but try to even detect them using a radio, well, that's the way you do it. So find an empty spot on your FM radio, then try to look at some of these cities that are further away, 700, 800, 900, 1,000 miles, and then you will check the frequencies of these stations, try to get the most powerful ones, put your radio on that frequency with just the static going on, and every time a meteor will strike, you might hear a little bit of voice, a little bit of music for a few seconds, and then it fades off, which is kind of cool when you think that a meteor trail is ionizing the ionosphere enough that that FM stations will bounce off and be heard at your location. So it's a different way of monitoring the Perseid meteor shower, just with an FM radio. So I'll be trying that this week, a few nights. Maybe I'll try to make videos. I had a very hard time making videos this week with a lot of caregiving duties. Plus, my friend that has cancer is it was a tough one to try to find even a little bit of time. So I'm gonna try to do stuff like that and to make sure that we make videos. It'd be fun to make a video and be right smack in the middle of a Meteor trail, hear a little something. So I'm gonna check out what stations would be the best for sure. Okay, Florin, nice to have you on board. Says, yeah, FTDX10 that I use for monitoring quite a lot. Bands are crappy today. I was just looking at if there's anything on the 27385 lower sideband channel where usually when propagation is good, we can hear some CBers from far away. Mine WX50 after midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out. Brian Liesner, last night NHK was hard to receive. Most evenings it's booming in almost like local. Yeah, I think it's because we started to get into a geomagnetic storm last night. So if I look here at my app, look at my app from the space weather, and here we go. So yeah, we are definitely in trouble tonight with the space weather. Where K is 6, so this is not going to be great tonight for radio listening, at least for the time being. So we're going to see there were several different CMEs, coronal mass ejections, that happened with some of the sunspots in the past few days. So sun is kind of getting more active here. 57 Steve DX, RNZ 17675, good around midnight hours Eastern Daylight here in the Southeast US. Yeah, here it peaks 17675 in Montreal. Starts to peak at around 11 p.m., which is 03 UTC. And it'll be pretty good until about getting close to 05, where it starts fading out. Sorry. So that's kind of the time frame where I will usually get 17675. But this year, man, it's not been as good as last year. Last year, it was almost a 100% everyday occurrence. Tristan, when you're medium wave DXing and you come across something other than political or sports talk, it's like finding free money. Pretty much, yes. Absolutely. It's like, oh, look at that. There's something else. Jim Gordon, 1950 movie. The next voice you hear is about messages from God being heard and people's reaction to this. It's not dogmatic film, but an appeal for peace and understanding. Yes, FM Scan. Thank you, J Projects. FM Scan, the website, which is great to check out all the details of radio stations. FM Scan. Here you can check out all of the stations with the info and their coverage and the power, lots of stuff. Wikipedia is a pretty good list too, honestly, but KW61, Joe, this FMDXing, why they keep asking me what's the frequency? What's the frequency is Kenneth? Yeah, pretty much. Brian Listener, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Luna Loud Maggie. Shortwave propagation has not been good recently. Yeah, many days it's been a little iffy. Yeah. Trust and can solar weather on reception both daytime and night. I would guess the question is, does solar activity impact the medium wave band both daytime and nighttime? Well, daytime not really, in the sense that daytime we receive ground wave. So in the daytime, what you hear, like if I, listen to 580 kilohertz, I hear CFRA in Ottawa in the daytime, and I receive it in the nighttime. But the daytime, it's the ground wave, and ground wave signals are not really affected most of the time by the solar activity. But nighttime reception on medium wave can. For example, if this geomagnetic storm going on right now continues through tonight, you'll notice that the medium wave bands are very quiet compared to normal. But that doesn't mean don't listen. It means that the propagation can be shifting. And it's often a great time to tune those Central South American medium wave stations, because if you don't hear your local stations that normally are pretty strong, that means you might hear something else. And usually anything coming out from north-south propagation is enhanced when there's geomagnetic storms. So in the medium wave band, it's really, really nice to tune around. Actually, most of the good medium wave DXing often is made during that moment where you'll have geomagnetic storms. Craig Martinetti, like tropical here, huh? Yeah, here too. Here too. All radios. Stupid storm this morning ruined my plans. Yeah. That is always a painful thing when you plan out today or this day I'm gonna go and do something with radios, and you wake up and it's like, okay, it's raining, or or it's not raining, but what they're saying on the weather is like, okay, maybe it's not the best day. It's always a little sad, and especially when you try to get on the on all of that. You're trying to plan in advance a nice day out doing stuff, and the weather's bad. It's like, oh God, it's like in my case, I have to plan in advance, and it is difficult to switch everything. And so it's something that I really hate when, last week I went to Perry Island. It almost wasn't good. When I chose the day to go last week, it was supposed to be sunny, beautiful, and 23 Celsius, around 75 Fahrenheit. And I was like, this is perfect. And as we were getting closer, then it was like, oh, it's going to be cloudy. Oh, it's going to be colder. Oh, I was like, oh God, is it kind of getting worse every day that I'm getting closer? And I woke up in the morning, it was cloudy, it was cool. And part of me was like, is it too cold? Especially because you go next to water, a river. So it's like, if it's cold, it's usually even colder next to the water shore. So I was like, what do I do? And then look, I planned it. And I went outside on the balcony here, and I was like, well, it ain't that bad. I think it's okay. And I decided, okay, let's go. But it shows that a lot of people didn't go, because that park, there's a lot of people, going around the park taking a walk. And when I was there last week, just the fact that it was cloudy, even though it was actually very beautiful to be outdoors, just the fact that it was cloudy, I could see that there was a lot less people around taking their walks. Ray Oxford, nice to have you here from a warm, sunny Victoria, British Columbia. Playing with my little Redicus VO15 as I hike. Cool. Have fun. Be careful. Be careful. Also. What else do we have? Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. We have old radios, only internet that works to sell data. Parade I was planning to film was canceled. That's so sad. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. It's hot, like Montreal. We're having the same type of weather. Chris Sway, nice to have you here from Southwest England. Old radios, I had a package show up after the hour. The post office is open on Saturday, gotta get it Monday. Well, at least it's waiting for you. Gotta take it easy, old radios. You're in good company here. Normal thunderstorms don't exist anymore, old radios. London 19657, nice to have you here. Florin, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Steve Vernon, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Old radios, AM is fun with the S2200X with the loop. Yeah, it is definitely. The loop is really, really a good, cool thing. I really love it. And it's a very good, sensitive radio on Meteor. What else do we have here? Wow, that was bad. Bad weather, my friend, old radios. But at least you know what, you're fine, and things are gonna go back to normal, and you'll be able to continue on doing radio. London 19657 tuned in last week, but my team was playing preseason live football, so I missed the show and heard it Monday morning. Cheers. Cheers, big ears. I like that. Rick Myers, KO4OSA. Nice to have you here. Got my Texan PL330. It's an amazing radio and a fun. Oh, it is. PL330 is a great, great, great radio. This is a very, very good portable, honestly. Okay, Michael Moore, nice to have you here. So it's pretty cool to have everyone here. Brian listeners, I picked up a Texan S8800 last week. Really enjoying it. The perfect couch potato radio. Yeah, it looks to be a very interesting. It's looks to be a pretty nice radio. The S8800, definitely. So pretty cool. London 19657, thank you for the donation, by the way. It's much appreciated. And don't forget, also, you can join in for those that want to do it differently. The Pizza Fund, Cat, treats through PayPal is possible. It helps me a lot. Make sure that, I don't starve to death. That is a good thing usually if I don't starve to death. So here's the PayPal for those that want to do it through PayPal right now. So, story of an MLA30. I purchased an MLA30. Got it. Actually, I'm packing things back in their little bags and putting all the stuff in the box. I printed the labels so that I can return the radio. So printed everything that I needed. So just put it back in the box and going to a UPS deposit, UPS store or place. There's one really close here, and bring it back as soon as they scan for the return. They'll refund the antenna. So I got the antenna. It looked good. It looked normal. Everything looked like it should be working. I put everything together, and you guys know, and that's what I explained in the return. And I know my way around an MLA30 now. So no, it's not. I haven't done anything bad. I know how it works, and I know how to plug it in. And I even tried different things. So the MLA30 that I got, the bias T-box has a blue light. A lot of people are mentioning the ones with the blue light seem to be defective. Ricky had one with a red light, which seems to be defective. It seems like the ones that are with a green light are good. So that's interesting. Now, I did try different things. I thought, well, let's say maybe it's the bias T that's bad. I have another bias T that I know works well. I plugged it in, nothing happened. I plugged it in my SDR player SPDX with the power for the bias T on the SDR itself. Nope, it receives, but you obviously see that the amplifier doesn't kick in. It's not working. So it's obvious that it's in the antenna box itself, that circuit, something's wrong. Or unless the long wire that comes with it, with the connector, is broken and the power doesn't reach the amplifier. But anyways, I plugged it in. Like I said earlier, and Ricky said that the one that he had, which was effective, was like that also. And that was my first big surprise. When I opened the loop was bigger than the loop from my MLA30. I was like, wow, this is a bigger loop. So I would have been curious, though, if it worked, because a bigger loop, I guess, would maybe have given better reception. But nope, doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. So I packed everything back in the little box, and we'll be sending that back tomorrow or Monday. And we'll be looking at what will I purchase for a replacement. Maybe I'm going to get a K180 WLA instead. There's somebody also earlier mentioned something that I'm going to go and check. I don't know. I'm going to check it out. I'm a little... If I had to put it in words, I'm a little kind of pissed off at the receive here in Montreal at my location now. Since the new neighbors moved in the little house, I definitely have higher noise here. This is higher noise than I should have on 11 meters on the CB band. I wasn't having that much noise before with the settings that I have on the radio. So it's kind of bogged me down a little. And I'm thinking, what else could I do? What else could I do? Um, I was wondering. So I have the SDR play and as the NSDR. What is it? The SDR ST, the network SDR. And I was thinking that maybe would it be better if I could find some way to plug that in and have HF capabilities with it also in the backyard. The biggest problem that I have is that in the backyard, my transmit antenna is there. So I don't want to, have things that are too close as not to blow up the radios. That's why the MLA30 was in the front. What was interesting with that is it was far away enough of my transmit antenna in order to not have any problems. It would definitely desensitize. Every time I would transmit, I could see everything go down in strength, the time of the transmissions, and then come back up. So obviously it was affected, even if it's far away from the transmit antenna. So there in the backyard, transmit antenna and receive antenna I think they would be too close together. So I don't know. I'm looking at my options. And what's funny, if you look at my videos, you might notice that even though my wires are I'm getting a lot of noise with the external antennas, when I make my videos with portables on my backyard balcony, you guys might have noticed that my noise floor isn't that high, actually. It's surprisingly low, and I'm hearing surprisingly weak signals. Now, I'm hearing more signals in the park because it's even lower. But, I don't know. I need to check out what's going to happen. A lot of people have been saying, well, I think there's clones that are going out there that are no good. I don't think they're clones. You know what? I think that they made different batches. So like I was saying, I don't think there's, 15, places where they're being made. I'm wondering if that sometimes quality control isn't great and they make a certain batch and that batch is defective, or I don't know, because you look at it, it looks decently well made. I opened up the box. I played with the gain to see if maybe it's overloaded. Maybe it, maybe there's something not set right with the gain, and it doesn't change anything because obviously it doesn't power up. So I don't know. But it's I'm going to make a video about it because I want to warn everybody about it. So right now, it kind of seems that everybody that has a good one has a green LED. My old one was a kind of a white bluish LED, but this loop was smaller, so I don't know. How do you, that would be the best video. How do you make sure that the MLA30 is the best one, the good one, not the one that doesn't work, Michael Mora, Pepsi for me today. Cool. That's perfect. Happy Saturday. Old Radio is going to take pictures of classic car show. Yeah. There's a little market here. There's a little store that sells it. It's kind of a butcher, but it's not a butcher per se. They sell meat, but it's like, well, kind of a butcher, but at like, low prices. They have like these boxes of meat for reasonable prices, we're going to call them. And they have an old, I just love it. It's so beautiful. They have an old style pickup truck that looks like the pickup trucks from like the 1940s. And it's just in painted all red, and it's just so freaking beautiful. Every time I pass by there, I just look at it and it's like, wow, it's so beautiful. London 19657 wants to add the extra anchovies for Paul and tuna pizza. I'll see about that. I'll see about that. We're going to check it out. All radios. He repaired another Victrola and got that working. Off topic, but yeah, I'm proud of myself for that. It's always fun when you the different things that I've noticed that I've done that are kind of cool is either you fix the radio by yourself or fix something by yourself and it works. It's always fun. The other one is building something. You get a kit and the parts and everything, and you build something out of it. It's always cool. Once it's done and you turn it on and it works, it's just, there's something about, well, I took all the parts, soldered everything, built it myself, and now I got a working radio. I've got a little one here that is just there at the corner that I turn on from time to time. It's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. I like to see the electronics. I don't know about you guys. I mean, radios are cool, but if radios had, transparent, see-through cases so we could see the circuit board, there's something about it that I kind of like. It reminds me of yesterday night. Last night, I kind of had a little bit of enough of my day, and I just shut down everything that I usually do, and I turned on my Amiga 500, started playing Amiga 500 games from today, and I put on a video from I think it's Adrian's Basement, it's called, the channel, and he fixes all sorts of electronics. And I came across a like 2-hour video of him fixing an Amiga 500 that was found and didn't work. So it's like I was playing the games on the Amiga 500, the real machine that I have here, and I was watching videos of that guy repairing, and it was fun because I was like, I could see the internals and him talking about each chip, and I was playing on the Amiga, and I was like, oh, this is cool. I know this is very geeky, but it was kind of fun. Dan V8078, have an awesome stream from Ohio and AWJZ. By the way, have CFTR 680 if you have strong ground wave. Cool. Cool. What else do we have? Old radios and phonographs. Gotta charge my phone. So, yeah, CFTR Toronto. That's good. That's good. London. Yeah, sometimes bigger is better. RJ Dakota makes me wonder about the quality control of these products. Exactly. I think that is where the problem lies much more. So, Yeah, Jasmine. That's the thing. That's the thing. The noise floor will continue to rise. That's for sure. With the electronics around us. The problem is, part of the problem is, when you look at it, the fact that there are regulations, but obviously the new electronics don't follow any of the regulations, because technically we shouldn't have a rising North floor, but there's just like, nobody cares anymore, and a lot of the stuff that comes, from China and everywhere often has, um, you know, no, they just don't put all the things that are needed to make sure that the noise floor is low. The switching power supplies are crazy noisy. All of that together is like, oh god, a nightmare. So anyways, I'm gonna check out. I'm starting to think I want to move my ham antenna in a different position, see if it can help make it a little better. So we'll see. Mike WX50. We live in a noise-filled world. Yep. It's like we were talking at some point. It's the same as seeing the light pollution. A astronomer will, see the light pollution in the sky, and our noise floor that we have for radio, it's like the light pollution. It's just that we don't see it with our eyes, but it's equivalent to that. But we hear it on the radio. Jim Gordon, how many of us miss VOA English via Botswana 15580? I do miss, I miss VOA. I miss VOA. It was one of my, there's a few stations I listened to, and the BBC World Service, the frequencies I can hear, like 12095 at 04, which is usually very good. And VOA, I had a couple of VOA frequencies at 99775, around 03 to 05. Wasn't bad at all here. That was a VOA that I'd listened to. I do miss that. There's a lot of things going on in the courts, but I think we can't expect VOA to come back. Yeah, well, that particularly the MLA30, the MLA30 quality control seems to be very, very mysterious. Because most of the radios, most of the stuff, like you look at XH data, we rarely hear, Texan, we rarely hear a radio that doesn't work on arrival, or it can happen, but we don't hear that much. But the MLA30 we do. Paul Stringer, nice to have you on board. One of the things that I want to do now is go to do walks in the parks, and at least there I have some. I'm waiting for the temperatures to cool down, and then I want to get back into shape a little more. So I'll do some walk in the parks with the radios to also check for the stuff for Kenneth just received a K180, but I have to buy a can of PVC glue to put the poles together. 54 Cal says M12 and the noise outside, the telescoping on 12188 at 507. At 507 at 2107. Yeah, and what's the next frequency now? Let me just check it out, and we're gonna go and PRI Priam M12 13475. Let's try that. CW 13475. I'm going to see if we can hear M12 in a few seconds. Not hearing anything here. Not hearing anything here on 13475, unfortunately. I don't know if any of you guys are hearing it. Endimes, not being funny, but if you wrap tinfoil around the connections, might you lower the lower EMF? Well, I already have high quality shielded cables. So from the antenna to the radio, there's no problem there. That's fine. It's really the antenna itself, unfortunately. When I got my MLA London 19657, says videos told me to buy the one with the green LED. Rip-offs are out there. Gotta do the homework. Yeah, but I'm surprised that all of these people are selling those and it doesn't work. Kenneth has an MLA30 that has a green LED. Because the one I had a blue-white LED and worked fine. And I know some people have one with other colors that work fine. I don't know. It's just... that's where it's... Look at that. Ricky has the what I think is a big problem. He says, the worst part is my bad MLA30 came from the same vendor as my good one. So that's... You know, how do you cope with that? You know? I'm gonna leave anyways a review saying that that the one that I got was defective. I want people to know. Brian Lisner says, as far as the MLA30s go, it's the AliExpress lottery. Once you find a good seller, stick with them. I trashed a completely counterfeit one. They didn't try very hard. The picture on the listing was real. Yeah, this one here, it is well made. I looked inside the box. It doesn't look like a counterfeit. It looks like a simply defective. Something's not right. So it's funny. Mike B. Sanjin makes some clear portables. Yeah, I've seen something about that. It's exactly what I was about to say. Old radios. Something happened with our names in the chat room that is like all altered, all bizarre, and they're all with the @ sign at the start. Usually we see just the name of someone. Now it's at whatever that's showing up, and they've added characters and stuff to the names. It's so weird. It changed as we were going through the chat today. Something's happening with, I don't know. Free to Choose says see-through radios. I saw something about this on YouTube. They do exist. Oh yeah, the inmate prison radios. Yeah, I remember somebody talking about it. The inmate prison radios. And that they are clear to make sure that we could see what's in them. Yeah, I remember that. Kenneth, K61 says, remember driving to Phoenix to purchase ETA's Earl Weaver baseball for my old Amiga 500. Wow. Endines, everybody, don't forget to push the like button. Fastman regulations without enforcement to me indicates that they just don't care. Shortwave noises is probably not even in the top 100. Oop, need to reload now. Go back up where I was. Here we go. Top 100 thing they look at evaluating new electronics, but it's not just shortwave, it's everywhere. It's the radio spectrum in general, so it could create interference to things that are not just shortwave. Communications of all sorts. So, you know, but there's definitely a, I was thinking about that, about the ham radio licensing in Canada. The fact that in Canada, when you get your ham license, now it's free. You get your call, they send you your certificate, and it's for life. It's good for life. Without, you don't have to renew. And the first thing that crossed my mind when I saw that that's the way they did it was, okay, the government now decided that we don't care. We don't want to take care of that and spend money on that. London 19657, I enjoyed your videos going out on a trail and all. I like to do those. Those are fun to do, and I like to go out and try. I need to try new parks also. There's a few places that are kind of cool. There's one which is where the river has really strong rapids, and it's like it would make great videos there. Seeing the St. Lawrence River like crazy. I would not like to fall in that place. But there's a lot of other places. One of the things that I need to try is and make make a little more time. Try to make more time. Caregiving duties is very tough for trying to make time. But I want to do more. I know people enjoy also those videos where I go, and it was fun to hear the stuff that we often don't hear at all in our locations where we are because it's just so noisy in our locations and our homes. Madrid DXer, nice to have you on board. M7EIW from the UK. Ricky, I was just going to mention lights as an analog or for trash RF signals. Inconsiderate people who install overpowered extra bright headlights on their cars, for example. Yeah. As a guy that did a lot of astronomy and still, I still look at the sky at any occasion I have. I immediately notice when there's constructions that they put all of these lights around the building, and you're like, this isn't thought out. This is so stupid. I did go into an area where they built these little houses, and there's lights on the walls that shine down and up. Now, I get it. It makes the building look cool. But I can't help but think that one that shoots up is a nuisance for our skies. So if you do a lot of houses like that, well, killing the sky. You're killing our ability to see the stars. I've noticed in 25 years, I've been here 25 years, and in radio, I always call them my standard beacons. These are the stations that I can rely on to know if a radio is good on a certain band. And also propagation conditions. We got these stations, time stations, like CHU, WWV, and other stations from, like utilities from around the world that I kind of rely on to see if propagation is good at the moment I'm tuning. And I have one in the sky that I call my standard beacon, which is the Big Dipper, Ursa Major. The Big Dipper is at, some of the stars are at limit visibility here in Montreal. But 25 years ago, it was very easy to see all of the main stars, the one that make the Big Dipper. I don't see all of Ursa Major. It's much bigger than what we actually see and look at. That looks like, a cooking pan. But the stars that are the least bright of that pattern are the ones that now are kind of hard to see here. They used to be pretty easy to see. Now I look up and it's like, there's one missing that I can't make out off of the, the light pollution, which tells me the light pollution increased in Montreal in the past 25 years. And that, besides the fact that the city has actually made a regulation that was to lower light pollution. They even, the lights that are on the streets here are on that pattern. The lights before were very broad and would like emit light almost, at places that you don't need them. Now they put the new ones that really are focusing on just lighting the street. But yet there's other things that are not. And, some people often, and, that's the other thing. We might think about some of the light pollution, or like you were talking about the headlights on cars. Sometimes it's not necessarily that the person is wants to annoy everyone. They just don't get it. They don't know. I think about those houses that were built with the lights that go up and down. And it's like, well, they thought about, how cool it's going to be, and it look. But probably it was not at all in their mind that, well, yeah, you're creating more light pollution. And it's the same with what we buy. I mean, how do you, you're going to start telling everyone around you, hey, when you buy something at the store, you got to make sure that it doesn't create noise on our radios. It's like, they don't intentionally want to make noise on the radios. They just buy what they find cool and beautiful. Sometimes that be cool and beautiful is a bad lamp. I got one here in the house, in the kitchen. I got one that is extremely beautiful. I made a video on how lighting systems can be very noisy with it. Everybody that looked at the lamp said, oh wow, this is a really beautiful lamp. Yeah, it is. But once you turn it on, forget listening to the radio or doing ham radio stuff. And I will agree with Ricky, that's replying to Jasmine, that regulations are meant to be enforced, not meant to be ignored. If you do regulations, it's there to be enforced. Or else, just don't do it. You're wasting everybody's time. So that's the other thing. That means what? You do a new law, and who cares? It doesn't work like that. What else do we have? Flying WX50 Eastern Bloc shortwave stations during the Cold War were interesting or boring, like Radio Tirana. Yeah, Radio Tirana was not interesting. But Radio Moscow was a lot of fun. We can't deny it. There's some cool stuff. I enjoyed listening to Radio Berlin International. Wasn't that bad too. I mean, you know, it was so cool to it's you know it's I'll say it when I want to say it. Yeah, those were sad days for many reasons, and a lot of people have unfortunately you know, suffered from the Cold War, from um, the effects of all of the communism back in the day. But the the fact is when the Cold War was there, it was definitely the glory days of shortwave. We had so much we could listen to and hear. You know, I was actually talking to someone this week. We were talking about shortwave transmitter sites in Russia, and I had heard, and he also has heard on his side, several Radio Moscow transmitter sites from the days are maintained in operational mode. They would be ready to fire up right now. And the question is, if it's not useful anymore, why are you keeping them ready for action? Somebody somewhere is thinking ahead about, okay, yeah, we're gonna make sure that these continue or are available in case of. Joe Adamov, Radio Moscow. Yeah, it was interesting. And you know, there's so many things like that back in the day. I mean, I remember. How can you not remember for the rest of your lives when you're a teenager, and even if you were an adult, and wrote Radio Moscow for the first time ever in your life? How can you not remember that first QSL card? That first letter. I still have in my head the letters. Remember the letters? They were white with a blue line, a blue thick line that had Radio Magba. I always laughed because I was like, hey, Radio Magba. What's that? Magba. And the envelopes were like that. It was a white envelope with a thick blue line at the bottom with Radio Moscow written on it. And how dare do you not remember first time that, you know, you get that letter? I mean, I still remember the question from back in the day. With my question I asked Radio Moscow was, how many Canadians visit the USSR every year? And I remember even as a teenager finding it funny that they just said on the air that they didn't really have any official numbers. Because I thought, well, with every single thing that you actually, you know, look at and control, you don't really know how many Canadians actually went to the USSR. I'm sure you have a pretty good idea. I'm sure you have a pretty good idea. So, you know. Yeah, Mike WX50. The coax is there to remove and make sure that, you know, the antenna is protected. That's also something I'm gonna check out, like Ricky says, about the MLA30, and it's the coax on it, which is obviously not the highest quality wires available. That probably would be something that I would like to do, is change with a higher quality coax. And Dine says he's ready for the weather to cool down too. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm so tired of the heat here. I can tell you that. Nicole Phillips, welcome aboard from the UK. Yes, Radio Moscow was very entertaining. Radio Tirana also. Nicole G6BGV. I mean, you know, I would listen to a lot of. You know what? I noticed, because I obviously noticed that I missed out on so much from my radio days. One, because I had like crappy radios that weren't that great until I got a really good one. But also not just that, I think I missed out on so much because I was too focused on listening to specific things and did not tune around enough. You know, if I had a wish is to go back to what I did, and with the knowledge I have today, I think I would have heard so much more. But, you know, back in the day, it was tough to get information about anything you listened to. There were books. You had to buy books. I would go to here, to give you an idea, here in Montreal, or here in Canada, well, at least here in Montreal. So when I grew up as a teenager, I didn't know of any radio stores. And I would learn what exists and what I hear and what I could, you know, the organizations, radio clubs, through anything on shortwave. So Radio Canada's DX mailbag. I think that's there that I heard about the COCQ, Clermont Côte du Québec, which was a French Québécois radio club. I thought, oh, cool. And you could ask for a sample bulletin, which I remember I asked for and received. And I found it so cool that there were other people. That's the other thing back in the day. Here, this is the cool things that I would, you know, everybody would love to have this, a guy that talks about radio back in the 80s or the 70s, that you can just follow and, you know, tune around and see things with him. And this is the kind of thing that's so cool about the internet today, which was not available back then. There was no things like this. We couldn't get together really except through a radio club or things like that. And then again, we're all, you know, everywhere around the world or around the country. So getting info was tough. And then I learned about, I don't know where I learned about it. There is something called PIF Books. PIF. PIF Books. It was a mail order book store. And I don't remember where I heard it, but I learned that, oh, they have shortwave radio books that you can purchase by mail order. So I remember that's how I got my first World Radio TV handbook. That's how I got my first passport to World Band Radio. And other books. Then, that it was even better, Sheldon Harvey, president of CIDX, he is the guy that actually purchased the inventory and the catalog of the shortwave stuff for PIF Books. And so he became the one that was actually dealing with all the shortwave radio and the radio books in general. And that's where I learned while going downtown that there was a store, Radio Lorenz, which carried shortwave radios. And when I got into the store, oh man, first time I went in there, it was like a kid in candy store. There's a wall of books. A wall of books. All dealing about radio and shortwave. That's where I got tons of things like the confidential frequency list. I got my first Klingenfuss utility. I got a lot of stuff there. And I would just, from time to time, when I had my paycheck, I would go and look at the books, and which books I would want to buy, and I would just go through the books like this was fascinating. Listings of frequencies and stuff. But that's the only way we had those back then. There was no internet, what's on this frequency now? Oh, let's Google it and you're gonna get an answer. It was a very different way back then to do it, and it was more complicated. It was difficult to find stuff. I still remember that German club that had a schedules. It was their bulletin. There was shortwave schedules in German and English only, and they had it like a 24-hour format. So you just go through the book. What time is it? The blue pages. I remember the first time I went and saw the blue pages in a Passport to World Band Radio. Oh man, this is heaven. I'm tuning 15270. It's in Spanish. It's 14 hours universal time. Let's go to the blue pages. Let's go to 15270 or 470 or whatever frequency I said. And what's on now? Oh, in Spanish. That is Radio Havana, Cuba. Oh, look at that. Now I know. Oh man, that was like, it was discovering and having a gold mine in your hand. It was really, really interesting. The funniest thing in a radio club when I was part of the Quebec Club en Cours du Québec, they had a contest. One year there was a contest. You could win prizes. There was, I think it was 100 tasks to do. Like, it would be things like, okay, record a Morse code ID from a marine coastal station. Things like that. A lot of it was you had to record on tape, and you had to send the tape in. I remember that the 100th task to do was record the Radio Tirana woman laughing on the air. That one counted for 100 points. Every question was 1 point, 2 points, 1.3 points. That one was like, if you record the Radio Tirana woman laughing on the air, it's 100 points. And I was like, yeah, no one's going to get that. But I always wondered, and I never asked anyone, did anyone ever at the club ask that presenter to do it so that maybe, I don't know. It always crossed my mind. Did somebody ask for it and got a reply, okay, I'm going to laugh on the air at this time on this date? Indians, yep. I think it's the biggest full moon of the year we're having in August. What is the Sturgeon moon? The full moon is actually tonight officially. Last night was almost. I think the real full moon's tonight. It's pretty low also. It's pretty low. What else do we have? Joseph says every generation has less experience with what the actual night sky looks like. Absolutely. Ricky, when Calgary replaces streetlights, it's purposefully picked a model that reduces the amount of light that shines up. We did the same here in Montreal. Mike, WX50, Arkansas has a lot of areas that are very low light areas. Yeah, here, I mean, if you go far to the north, we have, or even to the east, we do have still, I mean, Quebec is very, very big. I mean, the province of Quebec is as big as, even bigger than tons of countries around the world. But so there's tons of places where if you really want to, you can find a very dark sky. It's just that I find it sad that cities where most people are and a lot of people never, that's what I was talking with my brother on his birthday. The amount of people that live in cities that never go outside in wooded areas and, to see that there's nature somewhere. They just see the sky the way it is and never think about it. Never think about, how many of us go to a dark place and at some point in our lives. I mean, there's nothing more beautiful and nothing that makes you feel as small as going to a very dark site and seeing what the sky looks like when there's no light pollution. The first reaction, I think, is like, wow. The second reaction, we all feel very small suddenly. It's as if that is a lesson. It's telling us, yeah, you're really small compared to all of the galaxy, the universe. And imagine what we see there is a very small little bubble in our area of the galaxy. And imagine the universe after that. Brian Leisner, as far as coax goes, I tried and had good results with RG316. It's thin, but seems to be well shielded. Completely unscientific observations. Yeah, these are known. RG316 is known to be well shielded and a pretty good cable. Endynes, light pollution is a thing. Noise pollution is a thing. It's very cool to try to be a person who leaves no trace. Yeah. Toast and Love used to be able to see Mizar, but my eyesight isn't as good now. Hey, Sheila from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you here. Joseph, no regulations are made to ignore except when it's to their advantage to enforce them. Yeah. Brian, a listener, the Cold War listening was way cool. Yep. Absolutely. Actually, Dakota, you wouldn't think so, but servo motors and things like washers put out a lot of EMI RFI. My washer is being used. Forget listening to AM or shortwave for a while. Yeah, my dishwasher is like that. When I turn it on, it's like, ouch, forget it. Frank Ireland, is your ham rig the DX10? I have the FT17AESS. Mine's the DX10. Purchased, man, time flies, eh? I got my Yaesu FTDX10 in October. We're in 2025. I think it's 3 years old now? 3 or 4? I need to go and I would need to find my receipt. It's at least 3 years old. In October, it's going to be 3. I'm almost wondering if it's not even 4. Man, I can't believe it. This radio is my workhorse right now. My FTDX10, I turn it on in the morning while I start doing some stuff for YouTube, my videos for the Tech channel. It's on all day until I go to bed. I mean, it's been on, except for a few days here and there. It's been on all day for the last 3 to 4 years that I have it. It's really a workhorse. Jasmine, hot take. If the internet existed as it does today during the Cold War, shortwave would not ever have been as good as it was then. Well, that, I'm not sure. You know why, Jasmine? Because all of those countries would be blocking the Western content. So shortwave would have been as good because of that. I think it would have been as good. Because radio is the only way you can reach your audience without anybody blocking anything. No, Radio Moscow, Brian Listener, was never broadcast from Cuba. Radio Moscow was always broadcast from the Russian territory. All the transmitters were broadcast from the Russian, the USSR transmitters. But they were very powerful. They had the 500 kilowatts, and they had so many frequencies. But I don't recall any transmissions ever from Radio Moscow ever coming from Cuba. Ever. All of the Radio Moscow, from what I know, were all Russian territory transmitters. But they were at so many frequencies. How can you not have a good one? It's like, you know, when you hear those frequencies, when they talk about it, it's like, oh, God. And when I was a child in Northeast Pennsylvania, my dad would tune in a French-Canadian radio station. It was dark, and I was hearing French over the radio, very atmospheric. Yeah. Remember that back then in the Cold War, they really wanted to block everything. That's why there was a lot of jammers. Canadian accent so different from the Parisian French. I was learning, yeah. It does have a very specific sound to it. And this is what no, it's not called the USSR these days, Endines, but back then it was. And we were talking about back then. So back then it was the USSR. Today it's Russia. On NHK Radio Japan, Endines, there's the French language service actually has a lot of French Canadian announcers, because when I listen to the broadcasts in French, I immediately recognize that, yeah, this is, you know, it's some Quebecois guy or some French Canadian guy. It's obvious just by the accent, by the sound of the French. It's just funny. It's just funny. You know, especially coming from Japan, you're like, wow, you're using people from here. You're using people from here to you know, for your broadcast, it's kind of weird. By the way, on the PayPal side, Ardod, thank you, and Ricky, thank you for the donations via PayPal. And next week we're gonna have the drawing for the CIDX memberships, by the way. So this is gonna be something interesting to look at. Keegan DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Sean Ash, I remember Radio Havana, Cuba in the early 80s. They were sending me pics of Fidel and the Che Guevara. Yeah, I got that. I got stuff from Radio Moscow too. Yeah, I got those, the Che and yeah. I remember back then. You could have. I loved their. Back in the 80s, there was a small time period when I had a stamp collection and found it so cool because you could write Radio Havana Cuba and get Cuban stamps. And they even had a show that talked about it. So it was kind of cool. And Dine's hungry for pizza. Everybody votes yes for pizza. John, nice to have you here. WPE4KNC and Virginia. Nice to have you here. Why don't they just put an SMA on the MLA30? Yeah, well, you mean just a connector and you choose your own cable or whatever? Yeah, I guess that's what you mean. Yeah, why not? I'd like something more sturdy though, like a BNC maybe. There's enough space. There's enough space on the MLA30 box for a BNC connector. Tiber Ostrowski, nice to have you on board. Pretty warm here in Toronto. Montreal also. The name, the word Sophia, just sounds so romantic. By the way, I'm listening to some streaming broadcasts. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm actually streaming them, playing them via Bluetooth on my Xiao Yuan R1, which looks like an old-time radio, through the Bluetooth, and it's just so cool because it's almost like if I'm listening to the radio. I'm listening now every week through the streaming, Radio Polonia English, and by the way, it's on shortwave on WRMI at 03 UTC. I'm listening to Radio Bulgaria, has a daily English podcast, and I listen to Radio Sweden Weekly podcast, which is called Radio Sweden Weekly. I listen to Inside Europe from Deutsche Welle, DW, which is also a weekly show. Radio Prague, Radio Slovakia are daily shows in English and French. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun because they're kind of very interesting. I've actually fell kind of in love with the Radio Polonia one, which is very, very interesting. The talk about, Polish population and Poland in general and everything is very, very interesting. So I'm actually kind of, I'm going there. Pooh Bear, yeah, Radio Havana Cuba with Arnie Coro. I like Arnie Coro's The Xers Unlimited. Those were so cool. They were like down to earth. Nothing fancy. You just, listen to Arnie Coro. It was just so cool. And we have somebody here that sometimes joins us in the chat, in the live chat, in the live shows. Mickey Dalmage in Alberta actually went to Cuba and actually met Arnie Coro and even spent time with him in his home in Cuba, which is pretty cool. I can just imagine how cool that must be. Like WX50, remember enjoying Radio Sofia more than Radio Tirana because, I know why. The programs were softer. In any Cold War communist-ish country, if they had a broadcast that was kind of soft, Radio Berlin, Radio Moscow, Radio Sofia, we would listen to it. I mean, there's not just propaganda. There's actual fact radio in there. We made our mind because we were all here in the Western world, being like brainwashed that communism is the worst thing in the world. But we would listen to it. I mean, anybody that was listening to Radio Moscow, were we in the impression of being brainwashed? We were not. We were in the impression of some interesting broadcast. They were doing interesting stuff. It was, a relaxed way. Radio Moscow, you guys are going to find it funny. I'll do a analogy here. I will compare Radio Moscow's communism was as soft as HCJB's religion to us when we would listen to their shows. It's not in your face. It's soft. There's stuff to listen to, some things we enjoy. But they do talk about their agenda, which is, communism and so on. But it was not Radio Tirana. Shove in your face. Let's all get up and, be good comrades. It was very, very relaxed, So, and as I can relate to what you're saying about you didn't tune around enough. I'm around your age, and we lived in the best of times for music. I wish I went to more musical concerts. Yeah, that too. That too. The other day, the other day with my brother, we were talking about concerts and how so cool it was that we could just go to a concert because it was just so inexpensive that everybody could afford going to a concert. And whatever concert, I remember that period of time when I was in college, and my gang in college was like, "Oh, Robert Plant's coming. You want to go see Robert Plant? Whatever, it's $14 or $15. Like, whatever. I'll join. I went to see bands and artists I would never have seen if it wasn't for the fact that, what, $12.95, go for it. $12, $13. And I went to see things like Poison, which I never would have gone, but it was like, $15. All right, $20. All right, that's okay. That's in my price range. Today, you don't do that. Today, you have an artist like, we got Paul McCartney coming to Montreal. Yeah, I'd like to see Paul McCartney, before he passes away, because, at the age he is, he's going to stop at some point. This could be his last song. But am I going to pay $500 for that? Nope. Really not. It's not worth that. Especially with, the guy's a billionaire. Come on, $10 tickets. Pay for all of it and give us $10 tickets. But, that's the way it is. Craig Martinetti, I'm home now. I'm going to be listening for a few minutes. All right, no problem. Don't worry about it, Craig. Life is around us. We do have a life. I have a life. And you guys have a life. You don't need to feel sorry about it. Jasmine, YouTube's feeling the pressure from other video streaming platforms like Twitch, Kick. Yeah, I don't know. They've been doing a lot of ads lately, YouTube, saying they're the best paying platform for video creation. And I was like, yeah, we can discuss that. I remember when it was a good paying platform. Right now, it's a crappy paying platform. I gotta tell you that. That's why your donations are great, guys. That's why they help me out. Thanks for the donations. And don't forget, Pizza Fund and cat treats through PayPal also possible. It's much appreciated and helps out. You have no idea, guys, how it helps out in the last few months. And you guys, it's sad to see that it's always the same people, though. That's what probably is the biggest problem for me is the same people shouldn't have to donate as often as that. If everybody chipped in just $1, $2, I mean, it's nothing, but if everybody chipped in $1, it would amount to a nice amount, and we wouldn't have to have, the same people donating all the time. If you can, any amount helps, and it's appreciated. And I'm running out of beer, by the way, guys. That's also the fund could be for whatever you want. And by the way, you can also tell me I want that to go to this. For example, if you tell me it goes only to Paul the Cat gets the food. Whatever you want. If you tell me, goes only on the radios, it goes on the radios. I do follow every little tidbits that you guys tell me. I want this to go to specific things. And by the way, you can also donate in hardware. If you got radios you don't use anymore, if you've got used computers, you have a Commodore 64 out there that's in your, I'll pay the shipping. Mike WX50 says, I belong to the Newark News Radio Club and really relied on their monthly newsletter for radio news. Some stations had DX programs that were great too. Yep. That's the way we were doing all of that in those days. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here. Do any of your UK viewers remember the fascinating radio-related publications of Bernard B. Babani? Lots of shortwave projects and info. Anybody remembers that? Endines can't charge for the oxygen when you give it to your patients at work. Ben Mayer, nice to have you here. Mike WS50, they were also so serious on Radio Toronto, I can't imagine them laughing. Yeah, pretty much. I can't imagine them even wanting to, yeah, we're going to do it. No, I can see it happen. Jim Gordon, years later, one of the Toronto announcers wrote about her experiences. She was a New Zealander. I don't think that there was much humor involved. Who knows? Maybe Radio Pyongyang might oblige. We're going to ask Radio Pyongyang to laugh on the air. Beak Snout. Dark parks are beautiful. Yeah, when they're quiet. There are parts that I would not go at dark. Like, for example, Perry Island. I would not go there after dark. Actually, the guy that was on his bike, I told the story last week, that ended up, that for the first time I saw him in a wheelchair last week. We were talking about that park, and we were talking about the fact that, when it gets dark, it does get kind of creepy. And he said, I would not come here in this park after sunset. And I said, I would not either. I would not either. I'm not sure it's a great place to be. ZY3WR. I don't know if it's new, but recently iAfrica FM has a strong signal at 13640. The only frequency I can catch, but it only looked like or farther almost. Yeah, I don't know. I did hear that frequency a few times. Joseph, right? Maybe just seeing the night sky can change how one sees oneself. Yep. Art, nice to have you here. K280C, New Jersey. London 19657. I had a 12-inch Lipsonian in my mid-20s. I had to drive 20 minutes east of London to avoid light pollution to get dark skies. Bet you got to drive a lot more than that now. Bob Lewin, nice to have you here. Admir Posner was a well-known voice on Radio Moscow English service for many years, acting as a spokesperson for the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Later moved to the United States. I know that Joe Adamov, because I wasn't born in 1967, but when we had the Montreal World's Fair in 1967, people told me that even HCJB's, I forgot his name, would come here, and apparently in the Russian pavilion, Joe Adamov was there here in Montreal in 1967. So that must have been quite interesting to meet Joe Adamov in person in Montreal in the Soviet Union pavilion. Kenneth. Just check it out here. Sorry. Okay. Vladimir Posner. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So Kenneth says, darkest sky I ever saw was in the rest area just above Oak Creek Canyon, Arizona, after a heavy snowstorm. The stars looked like you could plug them with your hands. Yeah. Where I used to go when I was up in with my dad built his shack. Sky was pretty amazing, but I would say the most beautiful sky I saw is when I went down to the east to the near Rimouski area in the east of Quebec. That sky was just so cool, so amazing. No problem, Brian Lisner. Ricky, it could have been Brian, because the transmitters of Radio Havana, Cuba were Russian transmitters, so they could have relayed from Cuba at some point, but I don't recall of any Radio Moscow broadcast ever coming out of there. They were pretty much all from the Russian territory. I mean, Radio Moscow had so many transmitters. That they all, there was always one that was good wherever you were in the world. Ricky says, Sean, I believe you bought your FTDX10 in the time since I started following your channel, which was in early 2022. So you started early 2022, which means, okay, then it might be October 2021. I remember being tired, because I still have it here, being tired because there was a flaw. There was some electronic flaw in my Yaesu FT450. And on some bands, after half an hour of transmitting, it would stop and would behave weird. And I wanted to have my own. I was a ham. I was a new ham. I wanted to have my own little thing. So yeah, okay. I got my ham license in December of 2020. And wow, it's we forget stuff, eh? When we don't think about it for a while. My WS50 Radio Alberia was more aligned with the Chinese communists than USSR back in the day. Yeah. And the darkest sky I saw was in South Meadows of the Adirondacks. You're so correct. Felt like a speck of the universe. Yep. We feel small when that happens. We don't want to have SMA, Jasmine. We want BNC. SMA is too flimsy. BNC is sturdy. And almost every equipment that is modern does not use SMA. Very little. Very little. The small gear, like handheld stuff, uses SMA. But everything that is bigger and sturdy, it's BNC or SO239. Still today. Because it's sturdy. It's like, you can beat it, you can batter it, you can do what you want. It's still tough and it still works. RHC did indeed have a show about stamp collecting from around the world. I remember it well. Yep, RJ Dakota. And Joe, would you please talk in French for us for a bit? Say anything. Okay, let's say I'm gonna say in French. I really enjoy having you guys and doing the live show every week. C'est un honneur pour moi de vous voir toutes les semaines en direct sur mon canal YouTube et j'espère que vous allez continuer à être ici toutes les semaines. So the last phrase was, I hope you're going to be here every week. So that's Canadian French. It does have the Canadian accent to it. It's not a France. It's not a France French. Mike WX50, stamp collecting was one of the side benefits of shortwave. Yeah. And actually a lot of shortwave broadcasters used that. Because there was a lot of shortwave broadcasters that had either show or talked about it. And of course, there was a lot of the broadcasters, a lot of stations from around the world would have stamps on the envelope when you'd receive from, far away. Yep, Radio Slovakia ZY3WR is in English 30 minutes on 15770 030 UT. The first 30 minutes is in Slovak, and then the next 30 minutes at 030 is in English. To Rook Tim, nice to have you here. Started shortly listening back in 1960s. There are Sony stations. Was chaos and mayhem on definitely. You had to choose. It's like what am I gonna listen to? I have 26 different English transmissions at 0 UT. Which one I want to listen to or do or what do I do? Definitely Tobruk Tim. Nice to have you here. Frank Ireland, I bought a used C-Crane CC shortwave on eBay about a year ago. Everything works perfectly except that only the wide bandwidth works. No audio if you switch to narrow. I saw a well-known shortwave YouTuber reviewing. So you got a yeah, there must be a little something in the circuit there in narrow. When you put it in narrow, it could be the switch itself that doesn't work well. Yeah, Danny, shortwave radio DX, modding the MLA30 with a BNC. Yeah, propaganda is a word. I mean, it depends on your viewpoints and what what you think of different things. Propaganda is not propaganda for some, and whatever you talk about, it's it could be. Soft communism rocks. So London 19657 if you disappear tomorrow. Yacht rock communism. What was there was that USSR Russian band in the 80s, which was probably the most well-known rock band of the USSR. What was that name? The name of their band. You guys remember that? Ed Florence, nice to have you here. I got a big fat envelope of propaganda along with QSL from Radio Sofia in 64. Idaho ahead. YouTube reveals secret identity. Oh. Secret identity is now open. Yeah. I still remember radio... when they changed to Radio Bulgaria and still were in shortwave, I got a cassette with Bulgarian music. Obviously, a cassette that was copied from another cassette, which made me laugh. It was like, wow, you're bootlegging your own artists to send me a cassette of Bulgarian music. Joseph says, I always wish I had gotten back in shortwave when I lived in the Middle East for a couple of years. Oh, you would have had so many things there also. You know, the use of SMA is purely and only because devices have become very small. And there's not a lot of space. That's why SMA became popular. Because devices are getting very, very small. And that connector is very small. But I prefer big, sturdy connectors. WX50, I saw Hart, Chicago. The Tubes. Steve Winwood, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Chicago. Not bad for living in a small town. That's good. Canada, I do remember Radio Moscow would tend to boast about demonstrations in Washington, D.C. Millions, actually thousands. Yeah. Mute Zone, nice to have you here. Use BNC, my old scanner, listen to VHF, UHF signals. Works fine. It's more the antenna and cable type used that can affect reception. Yep. Jasmine, $10 won't get you a local bar down the street. Yeah, it's $10. It depends where you're going. Hey, buying WX50, thank you so much for the donation via PayPal. Dave Vosh, nice to have you here from Fort Washington, Maryland. Yeah, this I gotta say one thing, this naming thing happening right now kind of sucks. I just gotta say to YouTube, come on, wake up. Oh, London says Paul only, no pizza for me, so I gotta... Jasmine, I will donate every month with my Prime sub whenever you finally decide to stream simultaneously on Twitch. No problem, Jasmine. I need to check it out. I'm in the midst of kind of doing like a overall change and checkup for the fall of all the things and cleaning up this very this place looks like a dump right now. You see the beautiful part of it. I'm not talking about me, but hey, how about tuna fish pizza? I get it. Paul Stringer. Paul is about 12 years old ish. He's been with me for 10, but he comes from, we don't know where he comes from. So there's uncertainty in there, but I think he must be around 12. Is ZW3 at WR? I wonder what is on 6000 there recently, something on the frequency. I've heard Radio Vanek Cuba there in Spanish several times in the last couple of weeks. Sometimes with fairly decent audio. Tux Tiger, PE1 PDS. Danny, nice to have you here. Just finished work. Nice to have you on board. And I saw David Bowie for $12.50 at the Philadelphia Spectrum in '78, and the show was recorded and added to his live album called Stage. Cool. I have this ticket stubs here also on somewhere. So Twitch audiences donate more, and let's go to Twitch right now. I'm gonna go check it out, and I will. I promise, Jasmine. Thank you, Indines, for pizzas, treats, beer, anything. Enjoy. Thank you so much. What else do we have? So it's a Twitch culture. That's cool. So, oh, Oleg. Okay, that you're Oleg. Yeah, that's also what's weird, because some of the names that I see are not the names that you're usually on with. It's kind of bizarre. So, you know. Well, the bar I go to for karaoke, if you have a beer, it's gonna cost you $12.50 with the tip. So, Dave Vosh, thank you for the donations. Much appreciated. And you guys, caregiving duties, very important. I need to take 2 minutes and get another beer so we can continue our little radio chat back in 2 minutes, guys. Okay? And we are back. Sorry for the pause. I need to have some little interlude or something about shortwave when I go. What else we have? What else do we have? Shortwave archive from Colorado. And says feels like last week's stream was yesterday. Time does fly, I can tell you that. I can tell you that. I'm amazed that we're in August, honestly. I'm gonna ramp up that that Twitch. I wonder if I should do a new Twitch account, like something like completely fresh, or should I just? I don't even remember my Twitch. What was my Twitch handle? I don't remember. I might, anyways, have to do a new Twitch account. Shortwave archive. I think I heard a report from an old Glenn Hauser's World Radio from the 80s with a report on Radio Moscow via Cuba. So, okay. So it might have happened. It might have happened. Okay, okay. Thanks for the, that's interesting. And I didn't know. You know, it's interesting to see all the streaming stuff online. I never would have thought, you know, in the 80s, I would not even, I could not even figure that there would be some huge network on with computers where people watch live videos of people. I mean, it seemed so far off. I look at the Amiga 500 I played games with yesterday, and how can you envision a future where, oh, we'll have computers and we'll have some global network with your own little TV studio that you do stuff, people watch you and follow you. You know, honestly, how it's not something I would have thought of. So, you know, in the 80s with my shortwave, me starting to learn about shortwave, my very, very big lack of knowledge of shortwave from that period, thinking that, wow, you know, someday you're going to be one of those gurus out there that's going to be talking about radio and people are going to listen to what you say and follow what you say and buy radios because you mentioned those radios. And it was like, you know, I would call you crazy. And look today what we have and all those streaming networks and, you know, Twitch, and I think I use my Twitch account almost exclusively for retro gaming purposes when I used it back in the many years ago. But I don't think I've used my Twitch account during or after the pandemic. It comes from before the pandemic, when my nephew would do some gaming, some retro gaming stuff with me. John Alquist, 1980 Radio Moscow broadcast on 600 kilohertz from Radio Havana, Cuba. Okay, they might have been on medium wave. So they would have been on medium wave, which would have reached parts of the United States. That's for sure. So maybe medium wave, but not shortwave. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, the China, Oleg, China's many languages of China Radio International are Mostly music right now, which is weird. Jasmine, like, I can name three Russian groups. Yeah, I never listened to them. I'm trying to remember, but they were in the 80s. There was one band that was like the rock band of USSR, but I never listened to anything. Was he right? I hope they're going well. I mean, with all the shit they had and all the, but they had jail time, and it's just incredible. Just because you want to express a viewpoint, it's crazy. Um, Paul Stringer, remember when I used to get London Calling radio guide? It was great. Had all your frequencies, and they were beamed to. Just to cost £3, but had to pay 30. Yeah, yeah. Trying to. Well, it's like back then in the 80s, there was not a lot of relays. Very often, we had to. We had to hear them direct. We'd had Radio Beijing, because before China Radio International was Radio Beijing. Even older than that was Radio Peking. You know. Um, Man, old radios have big fingers that cause me to hit adjacent keys. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Imagine me with my fingers trying to write anything on my phone. It's like a, it's like a, uh, it's an accident waiting to happen. People actually, I drink a few beers, so sometimes people are like, when you text me, are you drunk? And I was like, I'm not drunk. My fingers just are too big for the keyboard. They're not made for big hands. It's just funny. Oh man. But these were good old days. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and like Two Broke Tim said, you didn't know where to give. You know, you didn't know where to listen to anything, because it's like there's too much stuff. Looking if there's anybody that logged in, said hello, and an email. Sometimes I miss out on people, so hopefully. So, and for the rest, 54 Cal, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So what's everyone drinking? Iced tea. Dave Newmeyer, nice to have you here. I'm having beer, of course. Some have coffee. Shortwave signals. Dr. Pepper. I haven't seen Dr. Pepper in a long time here. I think the last time I had a Dr. Pepper was at least 10, 15 years ago. Coffee and cream. Oh yeah, that's good. I like that. Ricky, mostly water this afternoon. Pretty cool. I'm one of those guys that hates water, so what I usually do is I put a little bit of fruit juice. So I'll do like the bottom of the glass with, whatever fruit juice I have, and then I fill it up with water. It gives it a taste I'm okay with, because I don't know why. For some reason, I have a hard time drinking just just water. And is anyone drinking anything weird? Maybe they don't want to. They don't want to talk about it. Man. Roberto Del Greco. Nice to have you here, and the stream is not over. Lots of EAMs tonight on the frequencies of the U.S. Air Force. Let's punch in one of them. Let's go to upper. Look at that. There's one right now. Uniform. Quebec. Forward. Victor. Victor. India. Forward. So lots of activity on the U.S. Air Force bands right now. Craig is back. Welcome back, Craig Martinetti. Dave Vosh's coffee. Endines, we have a white birch beer locally. There's a picture of a deer on the label in Northeast Pennsylvania. Cool. Wow, instant coffee to wind. I've not had. I remember when a time was that everybody at home had a bottle of Sanka. You guys remember that? Anybody that doesn't really drink coffee would have that bottle of Sanka, so that they could actually make some kind of instant coffee to anybody that wants coffee. Aspire to Cycle, thank you so much for the donation, much appreciated. Bobby says, do I see official SWL gaming on Twitch coming soon? Yeah, it could be official SWL and gaming. Kind of a weird mix, but I know that, you know what, it's one of those things that sometimes reach, you know, we've talked about it so many times, how us together, when we start talking about our hobbies and things we like, how our shortwave listeners we are also interested in very similar things, you know, computers and electronics and stuff. Oh yes, cheaper to eat at home, that's for sure, old radios. Hey, VT Radio, welcome back. RJ Dakota, remember 9600 being super clear from Radio Moscow. It had to be relayed from Cuba. Yeah, it's possible that there were some. But I know in the 80s, I'm pretty sure I've never had a Cuban relay of Radio Moscow, but they had such powerful transmitters and so many frequencies. A lot of the frequencies were just booming in. So, oh yeah, yesterday was International Cat Day. Mike WX50 about a dad's root beer gift pack with 2 glass mugs and bottled dads this year. Good stuff. Way too much sugar for me. Yeah, I'm not very sugary also. Alright, Andy New, take care. It was nice to have you here. What else do we have? So what else do we have? We're in a geomagnetic. I'm gonna check the indices again. We're in a geomagnetic storm right now, so there could be a lot of problems with receiving signals, just because it's a little lower now. It was a 6. We were in geomagnetic storm earlier. Now it's 4, so we're unsettled conditions, and I seem to have become a lobster again. So I guess the I don't know why the white balance actually, even if I remove automatic, it comes back automatic again. I don't know why. Saturation. Here we go. Less. I look less like a lobster right now. A grilled lobster. So it could be just propagation, Bobby, tonight. Shortwave archive technology is amazing. The fact that how we can watch hundreds of shows on an app, and to think years ago the only way to go watch something was the theater before television. Yep. Dave Neumeyer, Radio Moscow was quite strong, but had a similar ace. Oh yeah, they had that hum. They had that hum on a lot of frequencies. Absolutely. But most of those, even those transmitters were from Russia. I remember back in the day, and they had a very, very strong hum. And my dad's 94 years old. Nothing works make him happier than a root beer and a frosty mug. That's what I like with the when I go to I don't go often, but when I go to A&W and get a burger, and they give you that root beer with that frozen mug, the AW root beer. David, EA3IEK 4998 URE. Nice to have you here from Spain. Been out on a pretty nice Perks on the Air activation, so it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, when we start talking, Brian, we all show our age. That's for sure. Keegan has said drank A&W Blue Sky mug and Virgil's brand good beer and cream sodas. Oh man. Jasmine keyboard. Well, you know, the on-screen keyboard. I don't talk to my phone. That on-screen keyboard is too small. Jasmine. No, it's like, you know, come on. I got big fingers, and you expect me to write on something like this, just to show you here, if I would, you know, and you know, anyways, you know, look at the screen size and look at my fingers. My fingers are half the screen size. It's not a BlackBerry. Shortwave archive. I wonder if Radio Peking and Radio Beijing only had 1 or 2 transmitters in China back then, compared to 11 or more now in China for CRI. Oh, I'm sure there was a lot less transmitters back then. They were never on more than maybe two frequencies at the same time, 3 frequencies. They really didn't have the transmitter sites they have today. I mean, there was a huge spending on transmitters for sure in the last 20-25 years. You know, it all started when I got here. China radio was becoming extremely serious in broadcasting. When I got here 25 years ago, I still remember that's where I got my jacket, my CRI jacket that I always wear at Halloween. They wanted to have some monitors And what they were asking of monitors is to send in reception reports every week and give them details of, the program, how the announcers were talking. Were they clear? Were they good enough? And man, I was an official monitor for a couple of years, and it sent me tons of gifts. I mean, I got gifts like you wouldn't imagine. A lot of them that I don't have because I gave away to people that wanted them. I had so much at some point. It was like, okay, oh, you like these little bottles? Well, here you go. I think I showed them in some live shows, many years ago. I might have still some of them somewhere. But especially there was someone that I knew that loved Chinese stuff. And she would see what I got and it was like, oh, this is so beautiful. This is beautiful. This is expensive. This is, well, take them because I have too much of it and I don't know what to do with it. I mean, I would have kept them if, I could, but there's no space here. So I gave a lot of them away to people that just wanted to have some of those cool Chinese stuff. It became to a point where they were actually thinking of giving actual cash money to monitors. I stopped. I told the story several times. I stopped when they started to get extremely personal. They started to ask me questions that were very, very intense. And that made me think of, are you guys starting to try that? My feel was somebody somewhere said, okay, let's ask questions to this guy. Maybe he could, I don't know, become a spy or something. It was very, very weird. I gotta tell you that. If you have seen the questions, I was like, why do I have to answer those questions exactly? They were very, very personal. And, a lot about, well, you're a tech guy. Where do you do tech guy jobs? And do you have tech guy duties in, government offices? And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we going here exactly? It was some. JPV 1970 left sarsaparilla from Disney. Spirit Cycle 1919 root beer is very good also. We have here a, I actually, it's probably close to happening now in a week or two. We have an old style 1800s market every year in the old port of Montreal. And they have a lot of homemade stuff, and there's a company that makes their own what's it called, spruce, they call it spruce beer, but it's it's a soft drink, and comes in a bottle that really looks like an old style bottle from like the early 1900s almost. And it's actually very good. Every year when I go there, first stop, I need to get my spruce beer from that place. It's always kind of cool. Hey, Arshid Joshi, nice to have you on board, Dr. Arshid Joshi from India. Nice to have you on board from New Delhi. Hope everybody, hope everything is fine in India, in your part of the world, my friend. Nice to have you here. Yeah, it was. I think Sanka was decaf. Yeah, Sanka was decaf. Everybody had Sanka at some point. It was like that thing that everybody has. It's not necessarily good, but somebody asks you for a quick coffee, you had Sanka. I don't know. The Radical Squadron, Redbird. This is Dropkick with an alpha message in 2 parts. Break. I like those names. Yeah, Tang. Yeah, we had Tang too at home. I remember my mom had Tang. And it's like, wow, Tang. It's just some sugary thing that looks orange. It's not even orange juice. But yeah, my mom had Tang at home. We had some Tang, and we had some Sanka. I was like, wow, all right. Sanka. God. So, RJ Dakota still remember the old bottle or can of Sanka coffee with that orange lid. All Sanka actually means no caffeine. Okay. I guess it was for anybody that would like a non-caffeine coffee. Since no one had, no one purchased caffeine-free coffee. We all had regular coffee. We kept a Sanka just in case somebody didn't want to have caffeine. Yeah. There was I remember an ad, Endines, you're talking about Tang, drink of astronauts. I remember an ad for tea. What is it? That, Red Rose? Was it, what is it? Red Rose tea? The brand? I think it was Red Rose. And the ad, I still remember the ad from when I was a young teenager, or late kid, before teenage years, where they are serving that tea on the space shuttle, and the tea kettle is like floating in the shuttle. Short of Arca, I like tinkering with a lot of older technology, TVs, and from the 70s, VCRs, reel to reel. I like old technology too. If I had some place, I'd love to have, I still regret, um, you know, uh, departing from my Sony Trinitron CRT TV. But I just don't have space. I had to. Devash, any idea here? When I was a kid and had a Tube AM radio alarm, and used to hear stations saying Radio Lexicons of Canada. Never knew what it was or where it came from. Radio Lexicon. I'm trying to figure out the pronunciation, if it could match something that I could match with. Radio. Let me think about it. There must be a something that's pronounced closely to that. That could ring a bell. Because right now it doesn't. If anybody kind of can decode what could it be. I actually we're talking about old days and stuff, and I actually went on YouTube and started listening to the old IDs of stations that are gone here in Quebec, here in Montreal. CGMS 1280 was such a popular station here in the 70s and 80s. CKC, which still has the same call sign, but is a traffic station on 730. It used to be huge. It was one, if not the first French language radio station in North America when it opened way back in the 1920s on 730 kilohertz. We had CKVL on 850, which is another station that was extremely popular back in the 70s and 80s. My mom, depending on who was on, would move on from CGMS 1280 to CKSA 730 or CKVL 850 back in the day. And oh boy, I was listening to the jingles and the ID of the stations from back. It brought me back in time. 1570, which still is a station from Laval, used to be CKLM, and that station was a 50 kilowatt blowtorch, and it was heard all across the eastern part of Canada. Friend of mine that lives in the Gaspé area says he remembers a station in French and around that frequency that he would listen to the music shows. And I remember they had a call-in show. You could call in and ask for your favorite songs. Boy, I'm gonna tell you. Bob Lewin, I believe Machina of Rimini, Time Machine, stands out as one of the most influential and widely recognized rock bands of the Soviet Union, 70s, early 80s. I gotta find that band. I think they played Live Aid, if I was not mistaken. Live Aid, Russian band. Autograph. The band was Autograph. Russian band, Autograph. Founded in Moscow in '79 by Alexander Sasha Sitkovitsky. Achieved a considerable success at the first Soviet state-sanctioned rock festival in Tbilisi, Tbilisi, Georgia. And the song, one of the songs, Fasten Seatbelts. Autograph, Russian band. Kenan, not the B-52's Rock Lobster. It was a rock. It was not a rock. It was a rock lobster. Strawberry Quick. Oh God, I remember that. I remember that. My mom bought some of that when I was young. Strawberry Quick, with the rabbit on the box. Oh God. Nice to have you here in Mute Zone. You know what? Another thing that I remember from back in the day, and I saw that in a Endine says, I noticed we get often nostalgic here. Why do you think that is? What does that say about us? Well, that we all are close to eras that we've lived through the same things. And we kind of think about it, just, it's like I was seeing a YouTube video where they were showing things we all had because they were given away. You guys, I remember in the 70s and 80s, my parents going to this specific get to fill up on gas on a specific garage because with every tank fill you would have a glass, and every week there was a new glass. And I remember we would go to my uncles, I would go to my friend's house. We all had the freaking same glasses to drink in. It was like, yeah, oh yeah, it comes from the garage. They have this special, $25 tank fill, and you get a set of glass or whatever. It was like, it was so funny. So funny. We all had the same freaking things. It's like everybody was the same back then. It's like you'd go to friend's house, oh, we got the same glass. You'd go to your uncle's, oh, we got the same glass. It's not like today where everybody wants to have their own little thing. It's just so funny. Oh, man. 19657. Tang was astronaut juice. Put like that, I'm not sure I want to have Tang anymore. God. Radical Squadron says General Foods Corporation food scientist William A. Mitchell and chemist William Bruce James formulated and trademarked Orange Tang in 1957. Yeah. Well, it had vitamin C at least. Robert Varner says Sanka, blast from the past, still solid. Yeah, it still exists today, I guess. Mutzenbacher, which is our friend in the Japan Islands. At family restaurant, we would ask the customer, "Would you like coffee or Sanka?" Yeah, I remember. I remember that was a choice. I remember we would go to the restaurants when I was a kid, and I do remember the waitress coming over and saying, "Coffee or Sanka?" Oh man. Oh man. Oh, so the inventors of Tang invented Pop Rock's Cool Whip, form of instant set Jello. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So weird. So weird. Adrian, nice to have you on board. Free DX Shortwave Club if you send reports of those transmissions. Sales of Tang were poor until NASA used it on John Glenn's Mercury flight in February 62. You know why they use Tang? Because it's powder. So you just make it on the run. Probably that was the thing. It's like you just put powder in the water and it's there and it's done and it has vitamin C. Where bringing orange juice was kind of a difficult thing to do. Like WX50, yeah, well, at least that was real orange juice. That's the other thing. Today, we all buy orange juice in those, they're cartons, like, 2 liters or whatever. A gallon for you guys in the United States. And we buy the fresh orange juice. I remember when I was young, my mom would buy the, what was it, the sun-kissed or whatever frozen thing that she would dilute in the water for orange juice. I don't see a lot of people buying that today, I can tell you that. Paul Stringer says he would love to get another day with the Amerlong HQ 150. Oh, man. Short of archive, I agree. Finding space is a big problem, especially having a VCR and a tape player recorder and Some tapes start piling up. And yeah, I got 2 VCRs here. I've got a Panasonic up there, which is a 25-year-old, not even, yeah, about 25-year-old. I've got the 40-plus-year-old Zenith VCR here. And I've been planning and thinking, oh man, you should plug these in. I got a box of VHS cassettes here. Some with music videos from the 80s. Free to choose. CGMS 1280, 1922 started. CQVL in 1946. Well, I've shown you guys. I can't, it's too far away, but I've got a tube, an All-American 5-tube radio with CKVL on it. And it was apparently a contest they made in the 60s where they were giving away those radios, and I got one of them here. An All-American 5-tube. My DX50. Speaking of Tang, does anyone remember the space food sticks that were marketed similarly to Tang? Pillsbury marketed space food sticks as a nutritionally balanced between meal snacks. Wow. Pretty amazing. All right, London. I'll take tequila or vodka if you want to buy a round of shots. Old radios. This one, Columbia compilation from '74 called Deep Ear, was the weirdest cover art. That reminds me of when I hear Columbia, it reminds me of the Columbia House thing where you get like 10 cassettes for 99 cents, but then you gotta buy, I don't remember how many albums over the next 2 years. My best friend at high school actually was part of that. He would buy tons of cassettes. I wonder how many people got the 99 cents 10 cassettes thing, but never bought cassettes after that, so they kind of lost money there. I don't know. It's just so funny. Oh God. Yeah. Oh, KTEL. Yeah, RJ Dakota. I remember KTEL. I would buy these like, KTEL 1981 hits and 1982 hits. They were like cheap and they had all the hits on them. It's almost wondering if they actually paid the royalties to put these on the album. KTEL. Oh God. Oh God, man, we are going back in time here. KTEL. Youch. Youch. We're all getting older and remember the good times. Yep, Kevin. Absolutely, Kevin. That's exactly it. Exactly it. And you're having a good time right now. Don't forget, guys, it can help me out. Like what we do every week. Talk radio, talk about all sorts of stuff. Sometimes go into memory lane, which is also cool. I think it's one part of the fun things of here is sometimes we digress into some other conversation. We come back into radio. Super Chat is here. Also, the Pizza Fund. And Paul the Cat treats. I actually purchased some today. So you would just be kind of, giving me the money back for all the treats I bought for Paul the Cat. You can do it through PayPal at this email. I'm actually going crazy a little right now because in the newspaper, so here's the PayPal address. In the newspaper yesterday, there was, in the online news, there was a news item about someone killing cats. And when I looked where it was happening, it's real close to here. And I was like, what? There's some idiot killing cats? So they found like 5 or 6 cats now that were actually given some poison. And the owners find their cat either dead or still alive but dying. And I'm like, I just looked at Paul and I was like, okay, you're not going outside anymore. There's bad people there. I still let him outside because he wants to go, but you look at that and you're like, oh God, come on. Some idiot is killing cats now. Please. It's something that you just don't want. I would be like heartbroken that happened. I even told someone, I said, if I knew who poisoned my cat, I'm not sure I can control myself from going over and beating him up personally. There are glasses in the oatmeal canisters too. Yeah. Yeah, oh man, all of those things, and it was just so fun. It's like, what, it was some, yeah, having a set of Coca-Cola glasses. Yeah. Then, yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Ricky says, I think it was around 1990 when it seemed everyone was buying plastic drinking glasses from Esso gas stations. Yeah. They all had stylized summer imagery printed in yellow, orange, purple, and green. Yeah. I remember that. Man. Jasmine Jill, have you ever considered rebranding this official I remember Shortwave channel? Oh God. It's not fresh, it's reconstituted from old frozen ingredients then sold as fresh orange juice. Well, most of it, yes, absolutely. There's many of them, yes. But here we have, I know here in the groceries, we do have fresh, not, it does say on the carton, fresh, not frozen, not reconstituted. It's really fresh, but the price is also pretty fresh. It's more expensive than everything else. Brian Lisner, millions spent on zero gravity pens for the astronauts. The cosmonauts' pencils. Yeah, yeah. That was the funny part of pencils work. But still, it was cool. We got a pen that can write upside down. That reminds me of a Seinfeld episode, I believe. Reverend Gear TV, nice to have you here. 1368 medium wave, Radio Caroline North, coming into Spain. Cool. If I ever have time and something happens, I would just love, one of my dreams, if, my caregiving duties are keeping me in I'm kind of in a prison. If you have to say it in a way. But I keep thinking how this channel could be so much amazing if I could have I could be free and just say, hey, I'm going to take a trip to Europe and we're going to have videos of what's shortwave like and what radio's like in Europe and whatever country that I could visit, or even all across Canada, thinking like, hey, I'm going to Vancouver and let's check out shortwave in Vancouver. What does it look like? What, these are things that I've been thinking so much about lately. And and I don't know. It's something that I wish I could do, because it would bring also another level to this channel of, international radio. Let's see what's out there, depending on where we are around the world. Um, so I don't know. Sometimes you think about it and you're like, it'd be fun. I do have a lot of people that I love that tell me, you're kind of gone, you're not there, and I've got this going on, with the Shortwave channel, and I've got my tech channel, but I'm kind of a prisoner in all of it, and you kind of think, well, um, yeah, yeah, I know, how. Sorry, I'm just checking. Somebody asked me a question. I'm just gonna answer back. See if I can check it out. Yeah. Sorry, guys. But, I'd love to have that ability of going around the world tuning the bands. It's something I would so freaking love to do. Honestly. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just so yeah, it's part of all of it. It's like, what can you do when you're kind of in a prison, if you want, because I've accepted the deal of taking care of someone, and taking care also of somebody that my friend that has cancer now. I went there yesterday. We fixed everything was out. He didn't have money, and to give you an idea, he didn't have any money. His cards are all blocked because he can't remember his PIN number, and we couldn't have access to his bank account online or any way. He can't physically go to the bank, and even if he did, he's all like a little messed up. So it's like, and yesterday I was in a mood of a guy that was very, I don't know, a little depressed, and and there was an angel on the phone. Honestly, I never thought it would happen and work. We we called the bank. I called the bank where his money is, and this woman answered, and I don't know why. For some reason, the woman answered. She gave me her name. She said, how can I help you? And I took my, my voice that I have, and I said, okay, Suzanne, I really need help here. I don't know what we can do, and I understand that you have rules, but I'm with my friend that has cancer, and we're stuck. And we need help. We need to have access to a bank account. He needs food, and he needs money, and he needs stuff. And we have to, and she was the most wonderful woman I've ever had on the phone. I'm sure she went over rules that she shouldn't have, but thank God. And so, all of that. Anyways, I'm not gonna annoy you guys with that. It's part of what my life is all about. I got an email, Mike, Hill. No, it doesn't seem to have gone through. Just to answer your question. Okay, Keegan doesn't have VCRs anymore, had Panasonic Magnavox and so on. Yeah. I don't think you can get a VCR anymore. I don't think they exist anywhere. I need to take care of the ones I have here. I can tell you that. Yeah. Keegan still have some radios as well as ICOM IC 706, 7300. Oh, you need to plug them in and work on that, man. London, you should do membership gifting. I do that in my soccer chat room. What do you mean by membership gifting? Just out of curiosity. I like next week we're gonna have some some Canadian International DX Club, 2 membership giveaways for those that donate. VT Radio, I have several LPs here from my Columbia record collection of the 70s and 80s. Kevin, is there a website that shows some of the older military radios? You know what? I'm sure there's a lot of those things out there that are available. I'm sure there's a lot of things available online. You know what? I'm maybe that would be a nice series of videos for the channel. Old days, you know, old military radios, old time radios, websites that still cater and talk about them. Rob from Wick, nice to have you here, Bob. Good evening. RJ Dakota says KTEL was originally a TV station in Minnesota. The record label was bought by CBS ultimately and resold. Kenneth says KTEL were masters of editing so they could fit a 7-minute song into 3 minutes or less. Oh yeah, because their albums had tons of songs. You had like, you know, 14 songs on the same LP, and it's like, wow, you squeezed in a lot of things. Oh man, I remember that. Old radio's got an old box, a whole box of KTEL albums. Oh man. And Jeff 201, nice to have you on board. N2ZNN. Old Radio says KTEL albums, good source of obscure hits. Yeah, because they had a lot of the good hits, but they had some of those that they called hits were not really hits, but weren't that bad. It's like when I got 45s, I would buy. There was a place downtown Montreal. My father would go there to buy, you know, cheap books, and there was a section when they had piles of 45s. And they were selling those for 10 cents each. And, you know, they didn't have any sleeves or anything. It was just like a pile of 45s. And it was a huge pile of 45s. There was like, you know, probably 10,000 45s in there. And when my dad would go for the books, I'd follow because I would go there with my money for the 10 cents 45s. So I would take the 45s, look at what song, and, you know, decide, do I buy it or do I pass? And sometimes I'd take stuff that I didn't know. I wasn't sure, but I knew the band. So I'd just like get out of there with like 50 45s, and it would cost me $5. And I was so happy. It was like, you know, $5. I got 50 45s. This is going to be cool. And, you know, they had 2 songs. And so I would buy that, and it's just like, oh god, it's just so much fun. Yeah, Bob Cantor, take the pen, Jerry. Why do you take the pen? Why did you take the pen? Lots of Canadians used to go to Lake George, New York. Oh yeah, that name was like coming up all the time, all the time. Yep. Jasmine says it would be awesome if you could go to Vancouver. Yeah, I'd like that. Oh, I'd go. You know what, Museum? I would go to Liverpool anytime. I know one thing is I'd like to visit Europe. You know, I'm not a guy that goes down south to the like in the beaches and goes to Mexico and stuff like that. I hate heat, and that's not what I want to do. If I would have the time to do it, and of course the money, my thing would be visit the world, go to Europe, go everywhere, go to Asia and so many countries. You know, and I'd like to visit Canada. I want to do the train, the Rocky Mountain train stuff in British Columbia and so on. I want to do. I would like to do all of that. I would love to be free to do it, honestly, and bring radios. Radios would be everywhere. Thank you, London 19657. I'll try to get to the proper place. Yes, sports is almost like politics. You know, you can get to a very, very sneaky, dirty little place where, yeah, you're not sure we should go there. Um, Danielson, nice to have you here. Great show as always, and can really relate to everything nostalgic you talk. Miss those days. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was looking at the Fanon, whatever they're called, walkie-talkies, which were my first walkie-talkies ever. You know, when we talk about how a passion starts and how something, one of the things I think relates to all of us is the curiosity. We do something and we're amazed at it. You know, I look at Jasmine, which is, you know, she's somebody that's so more modern and what the technology she has and she does with, but it resonates to me as the same freaking thing of how a lot of us all started back then, which is she's all with that mesh communication thing, but I'm sure that she's passionate about it and amazed about it, and just it's all so, and it shows when she talks about it and how she wants to everybody to know and understand all the technology about it, and she's just a modern version. Jasmine is the modern version of us all that did the same thing with another type of technology, but 20, 30, 40 years ago. And I think the single thing that unites all of us here tonight and every week is that passion and that curiosity we all have about this is so cool. This is amazing, you know? And Jeff, does anyone know how to tell the model RTL SDRV for Amazon sells? I don't know. What else do we have? Yeah, that's what I think. Is you buy it directly from the yeah, you know. Yeah, some had the I you know what? I was listening to a record, or not a record, sorry, a CD at one point, and I remember the audio quality of the recordings were so bad. I wondered where they took their recording. It was almost like, what, did you record this off the FM radio? It's just so bad. Spired Cycle, I remember Cape Arts music. Old radios. You know what? I went to the 45s, but they had 78s. As many 78s as you can imagine. 10, 20,000, I don't know. If you would have seen the piles, it was like, wow, they've like, it's a dump. You had to look, and every time you take a record, you had to look to make sure it wasn't scratched. And you had to use your eyes to just like, yeah, this one seems okay. Doesn't seem damaged. Okay, we're going to take that, you know. Jasmine says, someday I'd love a show dedicated to what excites people about the future uses of radio. Looking forward sometimes would add balance to all the looking back. It's a good idea. It is a good idea. You know, what is coming? What is coming? What excites us? What is the, that one's going to be a little more debate, because that one's going to be what people consider to be, we look at FT8, which is a modern AM mode, and how much hams don't consider it amateur radio, or that could be interesting. Let me think about how to bring it on, and how to, or if you have ideas, you can send me an email on how we can bring the subject up to looking forward to what radio is going to be like. That could be a very interesting moment, honestly. Kevin, Western Electric World War II Army Signal Corps Field Tank Radio. Receiver BC603D. This is the radio my dad had in the 70s. Wow. Craig Martinetti, I forgot to mention, I love Tropicana Ruby Red Grapefruit and orange juice. Yeah, for some, let's call it for some reason. For some reason. Here in Canada, we're boycotting Tropicana brand. Trustin, it would be cool for you to get out to Newfoundland. Oh, I'd love to be there, Trustin. And if I would ever go to any town or any place where any of you are, the other thing would be the amazing thing of meet up with you guys. Which is also really, really cool. David, EA3IEK says, Jill, you'd be more than welcome here in Barcelona. EA3/V2ZZI. I'd be happy to go to Barcelona. I know I'd love to go see Spain. Jasmine, if you go to BC, I'll bring a mesh core radio and I'll try to make a contact with you over it. Cool. Burn Joker, nice to have you here. Yes, please. Private Island sounds wonderful. Solid question of having the possibilities. And in my case, the possibilities are not necessarily monetary. They're more like, you know, I'm a prisoner of what life brought to me in several ways. And I mean, I'm not complaining about it. It's you know, it's okay. It's just that, you know, that's the thing. And Jeff's got a Betamax. Wow, these are rare. The Betamax. BT Radio's got two VCRs next to me that I forgot I had. I think they both have issues. Panasonic and a Samsung. Most of the time, it's the belt. VCRs, almost all the time, it's the freaking belt. Especially if you haven't used them in a while. I noticed that the belt probably takes a form because it's always in the same position. These things are meant to be used. The Zenith was fixed by my uncle, and it was the belt because the rest of the VCR works. Man, I almost feel like plugging one tonight after the live show and playing with it a little bit. Spirit Cycle, the wintertime, okay, yeah, mesh is like CB radio. Yes, yeah. You know, it's when, it's like when I, here in Canada, I started seeing those FRS, GMRS, talkies pop up, like at Canadian Tires and Walmart and whatever, everywhere. I took a listen to the frequencies, and I suddenly noticed, okay, this is the new CB, dude, especially for kids. Yeah, the RTL SDR, this is always what I recommend, like Brian here. I always say buy it directly from the links that are in the RTL SDR website, because there's a lot of fakes. One of my friends had a fake. He said, I told him, I said, where do you buy it? He said, well, I went on eBay and bought one. I said, no. And the fakes are identical. They look like the real ones, but nope, they don't. Rob from work, I'm sure lots of CDs and DVDs on eBay are made from songs, films downloaded off the net. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, today it's so easy to fake it. You know, those printers that, you remember those printers that had the tray where you could put one of those recording CDs and print something on it? Or not the, it's not the printers, it's the, was it the CD recorders that would print on them? It's like, you know, how do you get the real from the fake now? 8 tracks. Oh God, I got a Lloyd's 8-track player up here. It hasn't been plugged in at least 40 years. Last time it worked, it's an AM/FM amplifier with an 8-track cassette. I mean, we're moving ahead, and technology is moving ahead in every direction and every type of technology also. You know? One thing I could ask to Jasmine, and of course, you don't have to show your face. It could be a simple audio if you would like to participate. Would you be willing to we do a show and you talk about, the mesh networks, how it works, and the equipment and everything, and how someone could, get into this sphere of radio communications and hobby. We could maybe do, you could participate differently, be our guide to mesh networks, Frank Ireland, would love to see you in person. Always welcome. And Florida, yeah. I've been to Florida once in Daytona Beach. Very long time ago. Never went back. It'd be interesting to see all of that, though. Be interesting to see all of that. Hey, my friend from Norway, LB1NH. Those new names on the chat tonight are really messing up. Kenneth, I had an Epson CD printer but lost a tray to old CD. If you ever want to be amazed, go and watch. There's this guy that's called Technology Connections, which explains to you how a VHS VCR works. And you'll be amazed at how they work. I can tell you, these things are a miracle of a technology. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, that'd be fun, Jasmine. You know, what we could do, Jasmine, is that we could join in a Zoom that would be presented live here. So like that on the Zoom, you could put your PowerPoint presentation. It would be great. If you want to do it, just tell me and take your time. I don't want you to stress out on this. But if you want to do it, I would like that. It would be great. It would be really, really good. So what we could do is meet on Zoom there to have your PowerPoint go through. I'd send you a link and we would see this live on the show here. So that'd be great. So whenever, just tell me, and no rush. I don't want to put you in a situation where you got to do stuff. I got to do stuff that and with all the other stuff you got in life. I know how time works, believe me. Believe me. But it'd be a lot of fun, actually. So, Jasmine says it's interesting too because being involved in this got me more interested in becoming a ham. So that's cool. Because I think you'd love it to be a ham. I think what's the problem in doing it is maybe the perception. Because I totally understand. I have so many people all the time telling me, I don't want to become a ham because of this, or because I've saw that, or I listened to that, or I heard this on the radio, or we all know there's tons of, barriers around that we put ourselves sometimes because we're not into that. Because some others put barriers because, yeah, I don't want to be part of that. I say it all the time when people tell me, oh well, you could get into 2 meter band. It's like, no, I'm not a 2 meter guy. I'm not gonna go to, every night on the local net and say, hello everybody, I'm Jill and I'm from Montreal and blah blah blah. It's like, this is boring. Uh, we all have what we want and what we want to do and talk about, and so don't. I think the big problem with several people that don't get into it is like, yeah, well, I heard the ham bands last night, but that's not what I want. It's like, yeah, no. Think about, you wanted to talk about the future of radio? Well, be the future of radio. Be the one that's going to be a ham, a different ham, a new ham, a new kind of ham. We're going to do it different. And we need people like you, Jasmine, because we need people that are going to break that old timers that always wanted to be in a specific way. And we need new blood that's going to bring it forward to something else. And you would be, I think you would love ham radio if you participate that way. And of course, with your mesh networks and stuff, it's kind of cool. Tristan, I was wondering, how does an old shortwave transmitter from the 40s compare to a modern state-of-the-art transmitter? There's a lot of differences. First of all, of course, in the efficiency. Today we are more efficient. So if you have a transmitter today, of course, same amount of power given to the transmitter will probably give you a smaller electricity bill. Also, they accommodate newer technologies. I think that's mostly the thing, is there's a lot of waste in the way that the old transmitters did. But you know what? I mean, when they work well, they'll do the job. They'll do whatever you want to do, in terms of the job you want it to do. But more efficient today, newer technologies, newer ways of connecting. I mean, today's transmitters are capable of running with computers, so it's very different. Ricky says Technology Connection is a wonderful channel, and he has a side channel as well. Yep. Hey, TVDXer, fais attention à toi la prochaine. I check stuff from this guy all the time. He's really, really nice, really good at explaining things. So, what else do we have? Yeah, Frank Ireland, everybody's username changed. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Jasmine, yeah, gonna do that. It may be. Don't worry. Don't worry, Jasmine. Don't rush, and don't. You know what? If you ever do it, be cool. Don't rush. I know life gets in the way. My life gets in the way of everything. So, Robert Del Greco, what people have been hearing. We've been more talking about a lot of stuff than hearing tonight. Jasmine, the idea of being able to help in a disaster. We could have a really bad 9 earthquake at any time here. Cell service will be down or overwhelmed. Well, that's cool. That's cool because, I also think about that. About how ham radio, in my case, could be useful in some emergency. You know, here, Jasmine, we had the worst ice storm ever in 1998, and everything went down. And even the law enforcement couldn't communicate. Who communicated? It's ham radio operators that relayed the disaster info, what we needed and how we needed to do stuff. So, you know. Robert De Greco says, heard Voice of Turkey, Radio Romania, and the Radio Nacional Amazonas. Cool. Wow, that took a long time to renew your license, Jeff. Youch. So this is cool. So bizarre. London 19657. I'll drink to any old farts. Congratulations. Yep. That's cool. Aspired Cycle. I have my GMRS license and I've been studying for the ham technician test, but just haven't taken it yet. Go for it. Go for it. Anton. Some of the best times in my life are related to several years I hosted a radio show about music in Nashville. Some of the friendships I made back then have lasted to this day. This is cool. This is cool. Ricky, apparently the switch from names to handles is meant to combat impersonation. Can't find official documentation. Seeing some chatter on Reddit. But it happened right smack in the middle of, we were all who we were before, and now everybody's okay. This is I don't know, this is okay. Let me check out something here, because all accounts, for some reason, and this probably has to do with the darn Outlook app. Oh, please. Have you guys ever had to answer all of these freaking picture requests? Select all the squares with a crosswalk. Oh, go to hell. I never go through. It's like, this is a crosswalk. What is this? Oh, God. There's something happening with my account tonight for my darn Outlook, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with something that must be happening at Microsoft's servers, because I'm not getting emails for the last couple of hours. I'm sorry, my friends. Yeah, prove you're inhuman. I'm so freaking tired of that shit. You know, there's bikes. Please select the bikes. It's like, yeah, I select the bikes. Do I have to select the little part that has this, you know, there's this little part of a wheel in it? It's like, you click on it, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, you got another one. Like, whoa. What's that shit? Ah, God. So, what else? Okay. So we'll have to re-understand who is who. Do I have my tablet? I don't have my tablet. Maybe my tablet would have had email. I'm so sorry, the wind. I'm trying to see if I can try to limited time offer. Yeah, right. I haven't had an email come in since about an hour ago. Sorry. Frank Ireland, I want to get some kind of battery to use my Yaesu FT710 to transmit when power is out, but I don't know what I should buy or if you connect the battery directly to the radio or not. So, Frank, what you need to get is something like this. Let me just SO batteries. So you need something. These are okay. These are the expensive ones. They are sodium ion batteries. They are meant to have a lot of power, be pretty small, but will actually drive your radio. So live PO4 deep cycle. So I'm going to give you a link to what it looks like. LIFE PO4 deep cycle lithium iron phosphate rechargeable batteries. This is what you want. Now this one is a 10 amp hour. There are much bigger batteries, sorry. But these are the type of batteries you are looking for. Okay? And so just Frank Ireland, I'll share a link here. Oh, it's too big. Darn it. Okay, go to, I'm going to just give you the type of battery you want to look for. They are battery. Okay, live PO4. So these are the type of batteries that you want to look for. So these are lithium iron phosphate batteries. They're small, but they are powerful. And what you want to have is this type of battery that I'll share here. And depending on the power you want, the price is going to go with it. So the more power you need, the more expensive they are. But these are going to be probably the batteries you'd like to have. Battery type. So here's the post. Just okay, there's something about what I'm doing here. There you go. Here we go. Here we go. So these are the type of batteries. Lithium iron phosphate lithium battery. And yeah, you can plug it directly to the radio. It has the proper voltage, 13.8 volts or 12 volts, and that is gonna work fine. Ricky says it seems to have been rolling out progressively. We might have been unlucky enough to experience it while the show is live. Yeah. Well, I guess that's what's happening now. I've never seen that one. I want to see that, London. Tick all the boxes that contain a ham user. And of course, it's all driven by AI. You'll have to put the little check marks on the pig, because that's where ham is all about. Born Joker, click on the boxes that have lines that are adjacent. Oh, yeah, Craig Martinetti, I saw that one too. About a rock. Danielson has 6 VCRs and 3 big boxes of old tapes to convert. Don't wait. Do it. There's too much that I hear of people telling me, oh, I got tapes, so I need to convert them. Do it before it's too late. I like the, Born Jerker. Did you ever come across? I remember when they started doing that little crazy thing with the VCR signal, so that if you tried to copy a VHS tape, you would not get the image. It was just a blue screen. Oh, man. Just crazy when you think about it. Just crazy. So, hey guys, I'm going to order my pizza now. And so I want to thank you all for being here. It's always really cool. And we're going to be here back next Saturday. I'm trying to think about doing something, maybe a live show midweek in a park, maybe at just a local park here. Like, it's going to be a different environment, different thing, you know. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at that. And for sure. Frank Ireland, thanks for the battery answer. Do you have to buy a separate battery charge to charge them? Or did you have a connection to plug them into the wall? No, you have to buy, you probably will have to buy a charger for this type of battery. So you'll have to buy a battery and buy the charger to charge it. They get, if you put the money in it, some of them are really, really high power. They'll work with your, gear for days if you want. But what's cool about those, Frank, is if you ever get a QRP device, like a little QRP transmitter, you're going low power in an island or something. What's cool about those is that you can get one that's just like not too heavy. You can actually bring with you somewhere and power a QRP transmitter, low power transmitter for hours, doing contests or doing parks on the air or stuff like that. That's the advantage of these batteries. For the amount of power you get, they are really small and not too heavy compared to the days of getting what was it? It was the lead acid batteries. Those would be super heavy, super big if you wanted something powerful. These are smaller for the same amount of power. So but yeah, you need to have a specific charger for them to make sure that they are okay and they work well. So take care, guys, and remember, pizza, fund, and cat treats if you want to give a little something. It helps tremendously, guys. You have no idea. You have no idea how you guys came through and helped me continue pay the bills and buy stuff and modernize slowly my equipment. So it's really amazing, guys. So Born Joker says also consider how many charges you get and if you can easily charge from something like a solar panel. Yes, some people do it actually. Some people do charge them with solar panels. Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Much appreciated. Thanks, everybody. You guys are great. And next week, let's try a Covey Hill repeater during the show. You know what? Let me think about that, how we could do it. And let's try something. Okay, that's a challenge. For me, it's a challenge, okay? And I will work on that this week. And we'll try that live next week. Let me think about how we can do it. No Moscow Nights. Donations can come through for a Moscow Night. You guys got caught here. So, okay, not from you, London. You're generous and you're giving donations all the time. So, I will give it a London. Oh, really, VT Radio? Well, it's still a challenge. So how about we keep that as a challenge for you and me next week and see how we can do it and do it live at the same time. Because the challenge is not just connecting to the Covey Hill repeater. The challenge is also doing it live with everybody. So that's the thing. So, London, I'm flirty. David, thanks for the string as always. I'm sure your sacrifice these days will get you reward later in time. Keep it up. Catch you. Yeah, no worries. Stay safe. Always nice. Always nice. We need to do a voice contact. That could be another challenge for the live show. Doing a voice contact with a couple of guys. That would be nice. So, what's the frequency of that one? VT Radio. Yeah, London. Thanks, London. Thanks, Ed Florence, for the donation. You're much appreciated. You have no idea. And you know what? It doesn't matter if donations or not. Yes, I will do a Moscow Nights because you guys are just so sweet and amazing. Okay? And that's all that counts. I just want to do it for all of you. So, Moscow Nights time. Let's try it out. In my headphones. See how we can do that. Okay. And so Ulises Chalva. We need a live program on Shortwave. Okay, 145.230. Oh, yeah, I've heard that one, yeah. 145.230. Okay. So Mike says, Mike B. I'll make his day. All right. You guys are great. Okay, so I love you all. Don't worry about it. Okay. So let me check that VT Radio, but we'll try to make... I'm going to do tests this week and see how we can do it. And live at the same time. Because that's also a challenge. But I have a couple of ideas. And maybe if it's not too warm next week, and it's a nice Saturday, maybe it could be we'll do the live show from my backyard outside, and at the same time have a better signal towards the repeater. Blue sky, take care, always enjoy. So here we go. Let's check that out. as we are. Is this? Let me just check out what output I got. I got this output and close. I sound like margins. We are from Mars. You dare move. That's good. There we go. That one was good. You had your planet Mars right now. Yes, London. No, don't worry. Optimus Prime. Okay, let's do the Moscow Nights. In French, it's Les Nuits de Moscou. Moscow Nights. Repeat after me. In French, Les Nuits de Moscou. And that was the French lesson for the night. Now everybody repeat. Man. Alright, so this is the one. Okay. So let's go for it, guys. Something is not right. No, this is not what I want. Okay. Top volume. And here we go, guys. With the Moscow Nights. And get jiggy with it. Take me to your leader. Mike B had only one beer. What's going on? VA3, the Nuit de Moscou. So, hey guys. Love you all.